We're coming to you from Kansas City, and there's a look at Kauffman Stadium and a red-hot ballpark and a red-hot city. Hello again, everybody. Steve Stone along with Tom Paciorek. Ken Harrelson not with us, once again under the weather, recuperating back in Chicago. And last night the Sox played a good solid ball game, and they had a whole lot of offense. And Tom, those guys came out and hit the ball real well. 7 runs, 14 hits.
Yes, they did, Stoney. And of course, this 5th inning was really crucial. After 2 outs, Edinson Volquez got the first 2 Sox out, and then they recorded 5 straight hits. And here's Abreu with the score tied. He just muscles this. This is actually a very good pitch by Volquez. And there's an RBI single, and then Justin Morneau follows with a rope into left center field. A great job by Justin. So a great outing, and there's the Todd. Don't stop that, Todd. 3-run homer in the 10th off a very good reliever. So everything worked out great. You look at the stats for the month of August, and Jose Abreu hitting the daylights out of the ball, as is Justin Morneau after that 4-hit ball game last night. And Todd Frazier, he's got big power.
Pretty good pitching matchup tonight. A veteran left-hander, a veteran right-hander, and Kansas City signed Ian Kennedy to a huge contract.
They did, and he hasn't been producing up until lately, but Jose Quintana has been really, really good for the Sox. His 9-8 record should be a lot better than that because he has been so consistent. There you see in an outing against the Detroit Tigers, he's throwing that fastball. He's not overpowering, but he's mixing up his pitches, and he's got great command. Ian Kennedy, on the other hand, the bearded wonder, came along, as Stoney said, with a big contract, and lately he's been great. In his last 13 innings, he's been lights out, giving up only 1 run during that time. So this should be a very interesting pitching matchup tonight.
As you see, the last 6 starts for Jose have been very good. The last couple of starts for Ian Kennedy, he's kept the ball in the ballpark, and after giving 26 home runs this year, for him to keep it in the park is a good thing. Quintana 1-8 against Kansas City. So the Sox 1-3 here at Kauffman Stadium, but they've averaged 5 runs per game. So hopefully tonight more of the same, and we'll bring it to you after these messages on Comcast Sportsnet.
By Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Audi. Truth in engineering. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium. It's a red-hot night, lots of humidity, and in batting practice, the ball was flying all over the ballpark, so it should be a lively night. Last night in the 10th inning was a lively 10th inning, and Tom, some of the strangest hits, some of the most defensive swings turned into gold last night in the 10th.
Actually, these were great at-bats, Stoney. When you look at the at-bats of Jose Abreu, this is some great two-strike hitting. Heredia thought he made a great pitch. The pitch is in the left-handed batter's box, but he just kind of flicks the ball out to the outfield. That shows you how strong he is. And then Justin Morneau, almost the identical pitch, gets the same type of a hit, although he hit it a little bit harder. That enabled Abreu to go to third base. And then here comes Dodd. He belted one out of the ballpark, and that was essentially the winning run. He got a fastball first pitch down the middle, and he killed it. And that was Herrera who gave up that home run.
Well, that fastball was middle in, and Herrera has been awfully good. As you can see, the Royals lead the season series 7-3. They've out-hit our ball club. They've outscored them. Our team has hit more home runs. They usually, and I'm talking about Kansas City, usually doesn't out-homer anybody, but average of runners in scoring position has been much better for the Royals. The ERA considerably better. The bullpen ERA, well, that tells the tale in itself. 176. However, that bullpen has fallen apart. Luke Hochhaver on the DL. He's lost for the year. Wade Davis, they don't know if he's coming back. And so when you lose two of the mainstays, you've got some problems, and their bullpen is not near the same. Of course, our bullpen has had their struggles recently, and that's really told the tale of a lot of the starting pitchers who don't get quite as many wins as they would like, and Jose Quintana certainly falls into that category.
Oh,
Tom.
boy, I'll tell you, I don't think I've seen a hard luck pitcher more so than Jose Quintana over the last 5 or 6 years, Stoney. So, and he deserves greatness. I'll tell you what, he goes out there every day and gives the White Sox a chance to win, and that is very, very important. You look at Chris Sale, he started off poorly last night, very slowly. And then he got his act together. He started well, actually incorporating that changeup a little bit more and throwing that slider a little bit slower. And that got the Royals hitters a little bit more off balance as the game went on. So it could have been a disaster for Chris, but he kept it in perspective and gave up only 3 runs.
That's really what the great pitchers do. And he gave up a run on 3 hits in the first inning, then 2 runs on 3 hits in the third inning. And starting with 1 out in the third, he retired everybody he faced except for the walk to Mondesi in the 7th. So Chris Sale got better as the game went along.
Yeah.
Put his team in a position to win. That's all really you can ask for. And unfortunately, he was so very close to that 15th win, a win that has eluded him for the better part of a month. And Jose Quintana, another guy, you would consider him a 1A because he would be a #1 pitcher for most all the teams around, and yet the most games he's ever won is 9. He's going for double digits tonight, and hopefully the offense behind him can be like the offense was last night. 7 runs on 14 hits. So Kansas City takes the field, and let's take a look at the Kia starting lineup and how Robin is going to put them out there this evening. Tim Anderson leading it off, then Melky Cabrera, who's had a good time against Ian Kennedy in the 2 spot. Then it's Adam Eaton in right field, Jose Abreu at first. Justin Morneau had 4 hits last night, had a big night. Todd Frazier with the 3-run homer in the 10th. Omar Narvaez getting a start behind the plate. Tyler Saladino, who's had a good time against Kansas City this year. J.B. Shuck is in center field.
And now our Honda City defense for the Kansas City Royals. Ned Yost is their skipper. In the outfield, Alex Gordon is in left. Paulo Orlando is the center fielder. Lorenzo Cain is in right. Chesler Cuthbert, excellent at third base. Alcides Escobar is the shortstop. Raul Mondesi worked some magic last night. He's at second. And Eric Hosmer, the all-star, is at first. And another all-star behind the plate. He's good. Salvador Perez behind the plate for the Royals.
Our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Ian Kennedy, 6-9 this year. His ERA just over 4. He has a hard time keeping the ball in the ballpark. He's thrown 26 home runs. However, he hasn't given up a home run in his last 3 starts. That's for him, quite amazing. And if he goes this start without giving up a home run, it'll be the first time he's done it since 2011. So for him, a monumental start. He came over. He had just a great year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. You go 21-4, you're getting it done. He hasn't been able to quite find the magic here with Kansas City. The umpires for the game tonight. Pat Hoberg behind the plate. The crew chief, Mike Everett, is at first. Jordan Baker is at second, and Tim Timmons is at third. So Kansas City comes into this one, and they've been a very good team here at Kauffman Stadium. And surprisingly, not much on the road. They're 34-21 with the loss last night here at home. Just 19-38 on the road. And for whatever reason, Ned Yost hasn't been able to find the magic away from Kansas City. And tonight, I'm watching him take batting practice. The ball was just flying out of here.
Yeah.
Kendrys Morales hit one 8 miles. We'll talk about it a little later on as he comes up. So Tim Anderson is ready to step into the box, and he's going to lead it off against Ian Kennedy. Anderson hitting .264, 5 home runs, 12 driven in. Outfield playing him a shade toward right center field. And the first pitch of the ball game. Fastball for a strike. Ian Kennedy, surprisingly, because he's not overwhelming with that fastball, he has the most strikeouts on his fastball of anybody in the major leagues. 99 strikeouts on his 4-seam fastball. Pretty amazing for a guy who is not overwhelming.
Good fastball right there. But generally, if you're going to throw a 4-seamer, you want to throw that up in the strike zone. Maybe that's where he's getting his strikeouts.
0-2 count on Anderson. He gets him looking at one, and it maybe had the outside part of the outside corner.
Well, it's one of those too close to take. Went right after him with the fastball. 3 consecutive pitches. That is on the outer corner, right at the top of the strike zone.
Kennedy has the reputation of having very good control, and the last few starts especially, he's been able to throw it in, out, up, and down. When you can master all 4 quadrants, you're going to be pretty good. So Melky Cabrera steps up. He's hitting .301, 9 home runs, 53 driven in. And he looks at one off the outside corner. Another fastball. .91 It feels like 100. Actually feels like about 110.
Yes, it does.
That went up and out of the zone. The wind is very much a factor here tonight. You watch it in batting practice.
Yeah.
It's blowing toward left field. And I mean, it's going to take anything up in the air from center field to the left field foul pole and going to take it out of the ballpark.
Should, yeah. Well, you talk about somebody pitching to the 4 quadrants, Tony. I remember one great right-hander that the Royals had years back in the 80s, Brett Saberhagen, could do that. He can go up and in, down and in, up and away, down and away as good as anybody.
2-1 pitch. That ball hit well to right field.
Go.
And Kane goes back in front of the wall and makes the catch. The wind actually knocked that ball down because Melky hit it hard enough to get it out, but we told you about the wind, and it was batting that one down and kept it in the park. There's a picks to click. You can vote before every game at whitesox.com/pick to click. I took Melky. Tim Anderson is Tom's pick. Tyler Saladino, the crew's running away with it. And Justin Morneau. The fans want Justin Morneau. How about that?
Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Hawk taking Frank Thomas, but that's put a saddle on his back and ride him.
Adam Eaton looks at a fastball for a strike. He's hitting .270, 9 home runs, 39 driven in. Big gap in right center field if Adam can get around on it. And right down the line, a fair ball. The throw to Kennedy, and it's 3 up, 3 down in the first inning. So a very quiet first. We'll head to the bottom of the first. our Kia starting lineup. It's Paulo Orlando leading it off. Chesler Cuthbert in the 2 spot. Then Lorenzo Cain. Eric Hosmer, who's been red hot. Kendrys Morales, a switch hitter. Salvador Perez. Alex Gordon, Alcides Escobar, and Raul Mondesi rounded out.
And our Honda City defense for the White Sox, given by Robin Ventura, Melky Cabrera on left. J.B. Shuck is the center fielder. Adam Eaton patrols right. The Todd Frazier at third. Tim Anderson at shortstop. Tyler Saladino at second. Jose Abreu is at first. Omar Narvaez behind the plate for the Sox.
Our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Jose Quintana, looking for his 10th win. His ERA a fine 2.93. On for his 23rd start. Strikeouts to walks just brilliant, 128 to 34, and Orlando's going to lead it off, hitting .331, 3 home runs, 23 driven in. Looks at a fastball for a strike. He's hitting .375 lifetime against Jose Quintana. Hard to believe, as good as he's been, he's never won double figures in the major leagues.
Yeah.
So hopefully tonight is the night. That one fouled straight back, and quickly Quintana ahead 0-2. Orlando with very good speed, sprinter speed. He's playing center field because Lorenzo Cain has had a hamstring problem. Ned Yost wants to protect him as much as possible. You don't run near as much, especially in this ballpark, if you're in right as opposed to center. That's why Orlando is out there. Misses with a fastball away. Orlando, former member of the Sox, although at that point he really isn't the guy you're looking at these days. This guy is more of a refined player. He's really started to come alive, and he's been very good as a member of these Royals.
That come right, hitting .331, and not just a small sample of at bats, .290.
Signed by the White Sox in 2005. He started playing baseball when he was 14, and that's kind of rare to start that late. Not as rare as Tim Tebow,
right,
who's going to start at 29, but certainly late enough.
Yeah.
2-2 pitch.
Yes. Oh my.
That one just missed off the inside corner.
It did miss. You know, the reaction of the hitter, I thought at first look it was a strike. Great pitch. Nicely framed. Uh-oh.
And apparently Pat Hoberg is had enough early. Looks like Don Cooper letting him have an earful. The steely stare of Pat Hoberg. Looks like Don Cooper has been ejected, so he didn't last too long in this one.
True.
3-2 pitch. Little chopper. Not Frazier has it, pours it across, and gets him by a couple of steps. So actually 2 out on that play. Orlando and Don Cooper.
And Don Cooper. Well, it was costly, but at least you got that speed burner off the base paths. Robin, look at it. He's working himself into a frenzy right now. That's it. That's frenzy.
But you know what? He's boiling on the inside. Very placid on the outside. Chesler Cuthbert steps up, and he's been really good, hitting .301 this year, 9 home runs, 34 driven in. Last night, 2 singles and a double, drove in a run, scored 2. That's pretty much what he's been doing. Native of Nicaragua slices this one off to the right, and it's going to find the stands.
Dale Swaim, the hitting coach over here for the Royals, loves this guy. I'll tell you what, he's strong too. You see what he's done against lefties, and he's done well against both righties and lefties. But boy, I'll tell you, he's got a short, quick swing, and he keeps that back shoulder up. So he never drops.
That one hit to center field. J.B. Shuck calls for it, has it easily. So quickly, 2 up and 2 down. Cuthbert actually not quite a Nicaraguan, although it's a territory. And there is Dale Swaim, former manager of the Chicago Cubs, current hitting coach. Cuthbert is from Corn Island, a Nicaraguan territory, about 45 miles east of the coast. I assume he's probably the only player from Corn Island.
I would think so. Remember El Presidente?
Yes, I do. I played with him.
You sure did.
Dennis Martinez.
Boy, did he have good stuff.
Fly ball right field, well hit. Adam Eaton drifting back to the track.
Wow.
With a couple of steps to spare, gets it back in, and it's a 1-2-3 first inning. So we'll head to the top of the second. There is no score. Half hour of Cubs and Sox talk on a brand new edition of Bases Loaded. That's including team-by-team features, analysis, and more. So don't miss Bases Loaded tomorrow at 6:30 on CSN Chicago. A friend of mine called last night, and true story, wanted to know who the third man in the booth was. He liked you and he liked me. He wasn't sure about the third man.
I know not what you talk about.
That's exactly. He
Thank
thought
you.
there was another guy
No
in the
way.
booth. Yeah, true story.
Can you bring him back?
Jose Abreu steps up. Line drive center field, well hit, but right at Orlando, and he makes the play.
As Hawk would say, that you could hang out all the wash in Cook County on that line drive. That's some bad luck right there. That's a bullet. He's swinging the bat extremely well this whole month.
Well, he's going to have a chance to see his son in Miami.
Yes.
And,
Huge.
you know, they're all human beings that play this game, and he's a much happier man these days. And so it's just translated into wonderful at bats. He looks a lot happier. He feels like he's a man at peace. And to me, he's swinging the bat very well. It's Justin Morneau hitting an even 300. 3 home runs, 9 driven in. A big night last night. He had 3 singles, a double, a run scored, and a run driven in. And a huge hit in the 10th. Fastball on the outside corner.
You know, Justin Morneau has been a premier player in the major leagues. So what he does, his presence in the lineup, Stoney, I think you can't minimize it. I mean, he protects a lot of guys, gives them better pitches to hit. Plus, he's a proven MVP.
He's going to be a free agent, so you never know what happens. But I think the Sox felt it was a no-lose situation. They guaranteed him $1 million, wanted him to recover from elbow surgery. You had the feeling if he did recover and was healthy, he could hit again. You just don't really lose that. As good as he was, and he was really good. You lead a league in hitting, you just don't lose that. And since July 20th, as you can see, over 16 games, he's hit just about everything in sight. Ball he hit in the 10th, taking it right off the ground, doubling into the corner. That was a terrific at bat.
Well, you know, Justin had all those concussion issues too. He's actually the first guy that came forward with it, or the first guy that they recognized it in as a severe problem. So overcoming that has been a huge issue for him. Hopefully he's all the way back. Looks good so far.
Sure does. Up the middle, base hit.
Wow.
So he continues to swing a red hot bat.
And that's what he did too. He hits that ball up the middle and opposite field very well. There you see the fastball. Not, well, actually, it's kind of down the middle. Head behind the ball. Solid contact. And nobody's getting this one.
So far, what we haven't seen from Kennedy is we haven't seen a lot of breaking pitches. He's got a good straight change, and he does have a curveball, experimenting with the slider. We haven't seen a whole lot of. We've seen a lot of fastballs early.
How tough is it to have both a curveball and a slider?
There are very few guys in the same night that will have both pitches and both pitches working well, because they're two completely different releases. Todd Frazier, whose 3-run homer in the 10th inning was the decider, is 31st of the year. He's now driven in 72, hitting .213. For a run producer, do you worry that much about batting average?
Well, you'd like to hit a little bit higher than what Todd is at there right now. I think he's certainly capable of hitting about 270 with the same amount of power. And of course, you cut down those strikeouts, and that's going to produce a lot more runs.
Last night, Kelvin Herrera decided he's going to throw a fastball by him. He said after the ball game that he tried to get the ball low and in, thinking that if he got it there, he could get that ground ball to the left side. He didn't get it there.
No, he didn't. Don't stop now, Todd. You know, the reason I brought up the fastball, the curveball slider incident, I'll tell you after this pitch.
That one popped up. Long way to go for Mondesi. He's calling for it.
Whoa.
And he makes the catch. Didn't appear that Kane was going to be able to get there. He was playing deep toward right center field, and Mondesi went over into foul territory and made the catch.
Well, he's fast. Kind of drifting a little bit. I think that wind's going to be tough tonight in the end. Maybe a little bit right now with the twilight coming in. But Kevin Millwood comes to mind, a guy who had a great curveball with the Atlanta Braves. He tried to incorporate a slider and then he lost his curveball. Now, does that happen often?
Yeah, it really will. I mean, you don't necessarily lose it. It's just on a given night you're going to have to pick one or the other. Very, very difficult to get to. One, the slider is almost a stiff wrist pitch, released almost like a football. And the curveball, of course, is a snapping pitch that you rotate. It's thrown off the middle finger with a lot of sliders off the index finger. So a completely different feeling, and depending on what you're doing well, that's what you go to.
Yeah, that's why Kevin's name always comes to my mind, because he had a great hook, and I just didn't feel like he needed to add a slider to his repertoire. He had good changeup too. You don't have to be a 4-pitch pitcher, in other words.
No, not if you've mastered 3 of them. There's a lot of guys who've mastered 3, can move it in and out and change speeds on all of them. I think the biggest mistake for pitchers is they believe that the fastball is only one pitch, where the fastball that Kennedy uses 65% of the time can be different pitches. You use, as long as you have the same arm velocity and same release point, you're going to be in pretty good shape. But that's what made Greg Maddux Greg Maddux, was you could guess fastball. You just couldn't get the same velocity, and you couldn't get the same location.
No 2 pitches in the same at bat.
Baez looks at a fastball up and away, and the count is 1-2. Omar's done a nice job. Hasn't had an opportunity to play all that much, but when he has, he's done well. He makes contact, and left-hand hitting catchers usually find a place to play. Short lead at first by Justin Morneau. He's not going anywhere. Outfield playing around toward right center, and that's exactly where he hits it. Orlando calling for it. It was the curveball, and he puts it away. So the Sox get a hit, but they leave one. We'll move to the bottom of the second with no score. well. As you can see, one more in this series with the Royals tomorrow night. Then it's off to Miami to face the Marlins, a very good Marlin team. Friday, Saturday, Sunday day game. Then a day off on Monday, and the Cleveland Indians provide the opposition Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Then it's back home. And the road trips are down to 2 for the rest of the season when the team gets home off of this one. The Jose Quintana. At a 1-2-3 first. And he'll face Eric Hosmer, who's hitting just 179 against him lifetime, and hits this one hard to center field. JB Shuck back. He's got plenty of room, and he makes the catch. So very similar to the first out of the top of the second inning. Hosmer hits it right on the button, but right at Shuck.
Yeah, it's hard to believe when you look at Hosmer's numbers against Quintana. The 10 for 59 and 10 for 57 right now. And he hangs in there. He does so well against Chris Sale. Why? You know, it's amazing.
Hard to believe with Chris Sale being awfully tough on just about every left-hander in the league, but Eric Hosmer.
Yeah.
There's a couple of guys who've hit him well, but not many. So Kendrys Morales steps up and looks at a fastball for a strike. Chopper to third. Easy play for Todd Frazier. Morales can't run.
Hey, that was a nice changeup right there. Got him way out on that front side. Rolled it over. That's what you want to do on the changeup.
And 5 up, 5 down. So Morales was a better hitter right-handed. Had a hard time with the off-speed pitch. That'll bring up a man who's had good luck against Jose Quintana. He's had pretty good luck against most everybody. Salvador Perez hitting .262, 16 home runs, 47 driven in, plays just about every day, and they always say about him, we're going to give him some time off.
Yeah.
And they never seem to give him any time off.
I wanted to see how big he was. I was down in the field earlier, Stone. I just wanted to shake his hand and tell him what a big fan I was of him. I told him he reminded me of a large Molina, Yadier Molina. You know, the way he plays defense, and of course, you know, the power and stuff. He's just an outstanding hitter on top of everything.
Taken down the line and hooked foul.
He's large, though.
He's 6'3". He seems bigger than that. He's 240,
yeah.
and there's no doubt he's heavier than that.
No, he's bigger. He made me look like a jockey. But I'm not. Well, maybe not a jockey, a large jockey.
A jockey that would kill the horse.
Just make it a sway back. That's all.
And he appealed to first base, but it really doesn't matter because Pat Hoberg calls him out. So a very quick second. We're on to the top of the third. There's no score. Sox fans, show your team pride with White Sox checking, an official White Sox MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC. So Tyler Saladino is going to lead it off. He's hitting .259, 6 home runs, 23 driven in. Last night, first time up, a double off the wall in left field, wound up scoring the first Sox run. And he pops that one up to the right side. Long run for Hosmer, and he makes the catch, and that's one of the reasons why that man wins a few Gold Gloves.
You know, there's been people telling me in just 2 days since I've been here that he's the best they've ever seen. And I mean, guys that know what they're talking about.
He's really good.
Well, he's big, he's fast, great hands, and watch this right here. This is not an easy play. Watch him gauging his slide to boot.
Well, especially knowing you're going right toward the tarp and you're running out of room.
That's a great play.
This year, uncharacteristically, he's made 5 errors, but that's probably because he gets to more balls than most people. 3-time Gold Glove winner, and well deserved. So J.B. Shuck taking a look at where Cuthbert is lining up.
Well, Hosmer's the face of the Royals right now. He's George Brett, if you want to call him that right now. He's the guy. Great attitude.
He's going to be a free agent. Moustakas, who's going to be healthy and play next year, is a free agent. Lorenzo Cain is going to be a free agent. Wade Davis is going to be a free agent. So they've got some decisions to make.
One guy, it's got to be Hosmer.
Well, I don't think they're going to let Cain go, and I certainly believe they're going to sign Hosmer.
Yeah.
The question is, because they have 3 guys who can play third base, Cuthbert's been magnificent. What do you do with Moustakas? And it depends on how much you want to spend and how do you want to help rebuild your team. Long drive right field, hit by J.B. Shuck, and that's gone. Home run, J.B. Shuck, his 4th of the year, his 14th driven in. We told you it was going to be a very lively park tonight. And that is a 27th home run that Kennedy has given up this year.
I don't know. He killed that one. I think under any circumstances. Here's our Ford home run replay. The fastball out and over the plate, and JB just goes out and get it. Watch the swing right there. Perfect contact. Head perfectly still. Head behind the ball, and see you later. He smoked that one.
He hit that ball hard, a line drive, 388 feet they measure it at. It was right into the Sox bullpen. So Ian Kennedy, who has thrown as many long balls as anybody in the game, throws another one.
Oh, you remember Bert Blyleven used to throw a lot of home run balls.
As long as they're solo shots.
That's right.
That's
what was it, Robin Roberts, to go back way back?
I don't remember if Cy Young threw
I thought you
either.
roomed with him.
No, you.
And I never hit against Robin Roberts.
Robin Roberts.
Hawk may have.
Okay. Anderson, a strikeout victim in the first inning. It's a high fastball right by him. June 10th in Chicago, our ball club hit 4 home runs against Ian Kennedy. Alex Avila hit 2 home runs. Melky hit 1 home run, and Brett Lawrie on the disabled list hit a home run. So the only healthy guy out of those is Melky.
Yeah.
In 2011, Ian Kennedy was 21-4, his ERA .288 and 33 starts. What a magnificent year. That one fouled off to the right.
Well, when he gets that fastball up around the letters, then nobody's getting good swings off of it.
No. I mean, you don't wind up with the most strikeouts in Major League Baseball on the fastball unless you've got some sort of deception. And you're right. You can hit it down. You're just not going to catch up to it up.
Yeah, you got to get your hands above the ball, as we talk about on the high fastball. That's a lot tougher to do. Right there is another high fastball. You just got a piece of it. You put that pitch right there about 8 inches lower, and you got a chance to really hit it hard someplace. See his career record, 81 and 77, 398 earned run average, of course, at 21 win season.
21-4.
Wow.
Well, they call them career years for a reason. That was a change up inside. And it's a full count. One out here in the third. Sox have taken a 1-0 lead on the solo home run by J.B. Shuck. With a high fastball by him again. That one was up out of the zone, and for the second time he goes down on strikes.
Boom, 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 boom. Hey, join us for Elvis night and post-game fireworks as the White Sox face the Seattle Mariners on Friday, August 26th at 7:10. For tickets, visit whitesox.com. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Melky Cabrera, who hit one back as far as you can go and still keep it in the ballpark. That was in the first inning. Outfield pretty much straight away for Melky as he looks at a fastball for a strike.
Center cut too. I've never been able to understand why guys would do that. Go up there. You've seen him one time already, and he throws you one right down the middle, begging you to kill it. You take it.
Two of them that had a good part of the plate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Melky in a hole 0-2. Great night to pitch, especially for the breaking ball. Fouls that one off to the left. I say that because on a humid night the ball just breaks more. There's more moisture in the air. The air is going to grab the seams. It's going to break more, whether you're slider or curveball. You want a humid night. That's why I think one of the reasons, I mean, the Baltimore pitchers were great. They were especially good in Baltimore because it was humid all the time.
Oh yeah.
And it worked out pretty well for them.
People don't realize how hot and humid it is in Baltimore in the summertime, except if you played there.
Line drive well hit to right field. Kane goes back, but he's got room and makes the catch for the second time. Melky pounds the ball only to find Lorenzo Kane there. But the Sox get a run. We'll head to the bottom of the third. It's 1-0 White Sox. To Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. So Alex Gordon's going to lead it off, hitting 199. Been a tough year for him. 8 home runs, 18 driven in. Talking with a lot of the guys around Kansas City, ask him what was the deal with Gordon, because he started out slowly this year, and then the fractured wrist. And you know, coming back, how difficult is it for a hitter to break a wrist and try to come back in the same year with anything semblance of what he was?
You suffer a hand or a wrist injury, it's really hard to hit. You got no strength in there, Stoney, and that's really tough. I broke my hand one time, and man, I just felt so weak the entire year, and you have to compensate, and you really are doing things that you don't want to do with your swing. And so probably using more body than hands, which is what you want to do when you're hitting.
That's what they said about Gordon, is he's not attacking pitches like he did before the broken wrist. Maybe it'll come back to him next year as he takes one right back up the middle and foils the shift. So Gordon's aboard with a base hit.
Yep, that's a routine ground ball to shortstop, isn't it?
If you're not playing with the shift on, it is.
Yeah, look at that. Not hit hard at all. There goes the post-game show.
That ends the no-hitter, but the shutout intact. Alcides Escobar comes up, hitting .253. He's usually pretty good against the Sox. Had the game-tying base hit last night. That coming in the 9th inning with 2 outs. Base hit through the left side. 2 home runs, 30 driven in. And he looks at a fastball inside. Escobar a wizard with the glove. We've seen some wonderful inner defense on the part of Kansas City between Escobar and Mondesi. They've been magicians in the middle.
Yeah, they threw some leather last night. It was impressive. They were fun to watch.
Short lead to first base. And this one's skied. Tim Anderson calling for it. Melky gives way. Anderson makes the catch.
Sunday, August 28th is Husky Day at U.S. Cellular Field. Purchase tickets using the Northern Illinois University ticket code and receive a ticket voucher good for White Sox NIU co-branded hat. Northern Illinois University, your future, our focus. Purchase your tickets at whitesox.com/NIU. Oh, Nelly. Who am I?
Well, yeah, you were supposed to be Keith Jackson, but you sounded like SCTV's Schmengi brothers. Keith Jackson on helium, maybe. So we've got Raul Mondesi comes up, looks at a fastball on the outside corner. You remember the Schmengi brothers?
Thank you. Oh, absolutely. John Canty was one of them.
Exactly.
They
right.
had the polka band,
Eugene
boy.
Levy
Could
was
they
the other
get
one.
down?
Yes. Down to get funky. Mondesi hitting .238. He's got great speed. He's very young. And he's got a chance to eventually hit for power like his dad is. That one missed way inside. There's a good story out of the minor leagues for the Cleveland Indians. Francisco Mejia has a 48-game hit streak. He's a number 4 prospect. He's a catcher for the Indians. It's the longest streak in the minor leagues in 62 years.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, I think in the long run, Cleveland's gonna be happy they didn't make that Lucroy trade because he was he was the main guy, wasn't he?
That was the oddity, is that he was supposed to be with Milwaukee, but Lucroy turned down the deal.
Right.
Because they wouldn't guarantee him to catch next year, and he was going to be a free agent after next year, so he didn't want to go in the free agent market as a DH. That went down the line and right by Todd Frazier. So Gordon to third, and we'll see. That was one he probably would tell you he should have had. It goes E5.
Yeah. Good base running there by Alex Gordon. You see Todd on the backhand, just didn't get the glove down on the ground. Got to go from the ground up. So they're in business now.
Runners at the corners, only 1 out. Paulo Orlando.
Tough guy to double up.
That's the 8th error this year. With Orlando, he is very fast. He's grounded into 7 double plays, however, because he hits the ball pretty hard. Hit a ground ball at Todd Frazier first time up and fouls this one straight back. The minor league record.
Yeah, how about that?
For hitting in consecutive games. Now you played with, I asked you if you knew him, Joe Wilhoit.
Oh, Joe Wilhoit.
69 straight games.
I didn't,
back in 1919.
Yes, he was good. Good, solid line drive hitter. Didn't strike out much.
Joe DiMaggio hit in 61 straight in the minor league.
That would have been my guess.
Also hit in 56 in the major leagues.
Not bad. The one record, there's no way anybody, with all these shifts and defenses and pitching around guys, I don't see any way a guy coming close to that record, or breaking it for that matter. You better have some guy, a stud, hitting behind you.
Single season records, I think you can probably attain. Duration records, you're not going to attain anymore. That one fouled off, and it's a 1-2 count as Jose cuts one down and in to Orlando.
Good pitch. Go back inside on him again. It looks like that's where you'd want to pitch Orlando. He looks like he gets his arms extended. He's a pretty good hitter.
Well, if he does hit a ground ball to the left side, you better hurry
Yeah.
to double him at first base.
Oh, you can go belt tie inside and go for the strikeout.
Mondesi very fast, 3 for 3 in stolen bases, and he hasn't been up that long. Quick throw to first. And he's back. So Rusty Kuntz, the first base coach, talking with the young second baseman. He stole a base in the ball game last night. That was in the 7th inning, and he made it easily. Almost had him at first. Had him leaning the wrong way.
That was close. Another look at it. Yeah, it's close, but it's a lot easier if you're a left-handed first baseman, isn't it?
It is.
Much easier. Don't have much glove movement.
That one was a courtesy toss, so he almost got him the last time. This time he's just letting him know that he remembers he's there.
Well, I just don't like to see. If I'm the Kansas City Royals, I got to go back to that game plan. If anybody that's got any speed, you got to run. Try and manufacture runs like they did the last 2 years in their great years.
That went high and away, and the count evens at 2. They will run, although seemingly not quite as much as they have in years past. Although 70 stolen bases is good.
Yeah.
They've been caught 21 times. One fouled off to the right, out of play.
You know, that was a pretty good pitch to hit. It was down and over the middle of the plate. Got away with that one.
Coming into the game tonight, Orlando 4th in the major leagues, 366 average against left-hand pitchers. That's pretty good.
That's impressive.
Big lead at first.
And we always talk about how different left-handers are. There's no two same left-handers around. They all have different release points, different points of reference, and they're just different. Ball moves different.
Did you like the break? Did you like the breaking ball coming into you or going away?
I liked it more going away. I would rather have hit up against the right-handers, to be honest with you. Yes.
He threw the fastball by him. It was up out of the strike zone. And a huge strikeout.
Got him a couple times yesterday with this pitch. Up and away. And a bit overmatched. Good pitch.
That'll bring up a guy that has not been overmatched in this series so far. Cuthbert has been awfully good. Flying out to center field in the first inning.
Yeah, he just looks like a hitter. Good hitter.
Skies that ball, and Tyler Saladino is going to call for it. He's going to take it, and it's out of the inning. So he pitches over the air and the base hit. We'll head to the top of the 4th. It's 1-0 Sox. You can follow White Sox insider Dan Hayes all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by The Great Escape. Whether it's pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more, escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape.
Good
Adam
man.
Eaton's going to lead it off. Yeah, he comes up with lots of information.
Good stuff. Great.
Good fastball for a strike. Adam hit a ground ball at Eric Hosmer, who gave some ground. Lost it to Kennedy, and that was the final out of the first inning. Look at that last inning characterized Jose Quintana in that could have been a double play ground ball and out of the inning. Instead, 1 out, runners at first and third, and the most composed guy in the ballpark was Jose Quintana.
No doubt.
Just went about his business, got out of the inning without any further difficulty.
Yeah, the strikeout was key to Orlando. That's good. There's the best curveball he's thrown. He doesn't break that thing out. This is nasty right here. Falls off a table.
For a moment, Adam might have thought that that was going to be it for the at-bat, only to find out he's got another one. Count evens at 2-2.
Well, both pitchers are using that high fastball tonight to their advantage. And even though both aren't overpowering, they're good results so far.
That one fouled off, and Prince Fielder announced his retirement from baseball, said he can no longer play. His kids were at the press conference. They were very upset about the fact that their dad, at a very young age, can't play because of his second neck surgery. Both he and his father, Cecil, 319 home runs is that one. Shot into right field, so a promising way to start the fourth inning. But how amazing is that? You and your dad with 319 home runs.
Yeah. If it would really be eerie if they had the same batting average and RBIs. And Silver Slugger awards. So you can see all-star selections too, 6. So Prince was a heck of a player for a long, long time. It's a shame.
And Texas, and it's not known if they have an insurance policy or not, $20 million a year through 2020 still owed to Prince.
Well, his numbers certainly dropped off this year. He was having a tough time with that neck.
Jose Abreu looks at a fastball for a strike. Hit a line drive rocket right at Orlando, leading off the second inning. He's having a conversation with Salvador Perez. That one fouled off to the right. Toronto Blue Jays winning their ball game against Tampa Bay 5-0. The Blue Jays having a really good run at it, but they're going to have a problem because the man who just came back off the disabled list, Jose Bautista, is going back on the disabled list. Made a very difficult catch. It was an awkward landing in the outfield and wound up spraining his knee. He's back on the DL. They're going to lose him for at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. Second time he's been on the DL.
Yeah.
Bites that one off. And coming into play tonight, Baltimore and Toronto in a dead tie by percentage points. Baltimore on top. Boston game and a half back. And they brought up a youngster that Sox were very interested in. In fact, his name was talked about the trade deadline, Andrew Benintendi.
Yes, yes, great, from University of Arkansas.
Yeah, he's going to be a wonderful hitter. And the Sox were very interested in him in the draft. But the Red Sox picked with the number 7 pick in the first round, and they took Benintendi.
Yeah. He's got a nice, short, compact swing. I've seen him hit.
Right field.
Oh,
it's a foul ball by an eyelash.
You know, getting back to that race just momentarily, Stoney, if I had to pick one of those teams to win right now, I'd say Boston. They got the most talent.
They got one problem, and that's Kimbrel.
Yeah.
Is having some problems. He's got a bad knee. He's had a bad knee. He says that it shouldn't affect his control, but it has. And so, yes, they're very good. But you're looking at Zach Britton at the tail end. I like Baltimore because of that bullpen. You know, there are 3 very good teams. Could very well be they all wind up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows at the end of the day. But Boston is a solid ball club. They're 61-50 entering play tonight. The oddity of that is that the division is struggling. The best teams, 4 of the teams in the division, are 5-5 in their last 10. And the Yankees are 4-6. So nobody doing anything. It's stuck in the mud. Short lead at first by Adam Eaton. And that one skied to left field. Alex Gordon, he's got a beat on it, makes the catch. One thing you don't want to do is run on a 4-time Gold Glover in left field, a man who was a third baseman. #1 draft pick, second player picked in the draft by Kansas City as a third baseman out of the University of Nebraska. He came up, he was hitting the ball okay. They didn't like him at third as much as they liked him in left. He turned out to be a great left fielder.
No doubt. Meanwhile, Abreu just missed that last one.
Brings up Justin Morneau. Morneau's batting average at .310. Came into play last night hitting .262. 4 hits and 1 tonight. You don't have a whole lot of at bats. That's going to raise your batting average.
Yeah. See another one right now. Not a whole lot of shifting going on. A little bit. Playing the pull in the infield straight away, and actually a little bit to hit the opposite way in the outfield. That's when you hit for average, though, Stone. You know, you got all these crazy shifts that go along, and some of these guys just keep rolling over that top hand, hit them right into it. You can't understand, and they can't understand why they're hitting 220. The 300 hitters have got them spaced out all over the place where you don't know where they're going to hit them.
Short lead at first by Adam. That fastball misses away. So even one of the guys on the team that will run. He's stolen 12 bases, been caught 4 times. Sox team has stolen 52. They've been caught 27 times as a team. Long drive right field, well hit, but Kane is going to make the play.
Saturday, August 27th, come see the White Sox take on the Seattle Mariners at 6:10. Stay for a spectacular post-game fireworks show presented by Magellan Corporation. For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. Magellan. They never called me that when I was driving.
You always found out.
Yeah,
you always
Lofts
found out
going
where
around
you were
the corner. Yeah. No, I didn't.
Todd Frazier. Frazier popped up to second base. 0 for 1 as he looks at a slider away. You don't see a whole lot of them from Ian Kennedy. We've seen the good curveball tonight. We haven't seen him use the slider very much.
I always thought the curveball is much harder to hit than the slider. Slider's got, to me, it's got to be perfect. Curveball, you can get away with a hanger.
Chopper foul. McEwing bobbles it for an instant and then makes some friends in the seats.
Super Joe.
Short lead at first, and that one popped up. Mondesi calling for it, and he makes the play. The leadoff single by Adam Eaton goes for naught. We'll head into the bottom of the 4th inning. Sox lead 1-0.
You can tee off for charity and join the White Sox charities for the Field of Greens Celebrity Golf Tournament presented by Miller Lite. This year's tournament will be held on Monday, August 22nd at Harborside International Golf Center. Sign up your foursome by visiting WhiteSoxCharities.org or call 312-674-5391. There it is, right there.
So that's the Field of Greens.
Greens, yeah.
It's August 22nd.
Yeah.
Stop nicely, though.
On a dime.
Lorenzo Cain hit a high fly ball to end the first inning. And J.B. Shuck not overly deep in center field, shading a couple of steps to right center. Fouls that one off to the right. How difficult is it to still hit if you've had any leg problems? Because he's had hamstring problems a good portion of this year.
That's a great question. Yeah, the really good hitters, you know, so many guys are standing erect now. They don't really have a crouch. Very few guys hitting with a crouch, but you do have to use your legs to supply some power, especially your hips in the baseball swing. So, but I think hands are even. If you hurt your hands, it just seems more apparent. Look at how Lorenzo, he's gotten hits all over the place.
Skips the rope that time, and I'm going to tell you that J.B. Shuck's home run in the third inning, with that home run and the home run last night, a couple of generous donations to the Alex Snellius Foundation in loving memory of Ursula. A little slider fouled back. Against Quintana has been very good for Lorenzo Cain. He's been just a good hitter against just about everybody since coming over from the Milwaukee Brewers. Had a great year last year, and did a whole lot of these Kansas City Royals. Win the World Series, you're going to have a lot of things going right for you. Swings and misses at a breaking ball, and he's down on strikes. That's strikeout number 3. And Jose hasn't walked anybody.
But he lets this one work. You know, he was establishing that fastball inside, up and down, and then he comes back with the breaking ball in the dirt. Fish were biting. How about that, Stoney? 11 of 12 first pitch strikes.
Normally that's going to get you a good performance.
You think? Yeah.
Tonight, no exception. Fastball up and in to Eric Hosmer, who flied out. We'd like to welcome all of our viewers watching on Charter Communications. One fouled straight back, evens the count. Kind of a surprise out of Houston, a guy who looked to me like he was going to be a great player. Carlos Gomez, designated for assignment. I mean, it's unbelievable. He's 30 years old. When you look at the numbers he put up, 2013 and 14 combined, 47 home runs, 74 steals. This is a year and a half later, and he's designated for assignment.
Isn't that amazing?
You know,
of course, he's been nothing short of awful.
Yeah, he has been, and a couple of misplays in the outfield the last ball game, and I think Houston, who's trying with everything they have to get into the playoffs this year, probably seen enough for him. But you would think at 30 somebody would give him an opportunity because he's big, he's very fast, and at only 30 it seems to me he's got some play left.
But you would think.
One hopper right at Abreu, who juggles it briefly and then makes the play himself. So quickly 2 up and 2 down.
Well, whenever I've seen the last 2 years that I've seen Carlos Gomez play, kind of lackadaisical play, not really good in the outfield, and just terrible swing in the bat. He's got a lot of holes in his swing, a big, ugly, long swing, and you know, a guy that obviously has not made any adjustments whatsoever.
No, the league will make a whole lot of adjustments to you.
Yeah.
Andres Morales, switch hitter with some big power. We'll show you just how big that power is. As he looks at one down. Batting practice, he hit one off the Commerce Bank sign, which is over the bullpen, over the State Farm sign, over that row of bleachers, and against the back wall. a prolific blast. That is way back there, probably 475. And Sunday, there's a Budweiser sign. It's out just to the left of center field. There's some bleachers behind it. There's a Sonic sign behind that. He hit a grand slam home run. It had to be 480, 490 feet as he goes up the middle for a base hit. So Morales, who is a much better hitter right-handed, keeps the inning alive. We'll take you back to the Sonic sign. He went over that for a grand slam home run. You can see it back there. I mean, 410 feet to straightaway center field. This is to the left of center, and it keeps on going. He hit it right under the waterfall, which is back there. That's in big boy country.
Yeah, that's prodigious. And that waterfall is way out there. Here's a good hitter. Got to get this guy.
Strikeout victim in the second inning. Salvador Perez looks at a fastball for a strike. Royals don't walk a great deal, yet they do put the ball in play most of the time. Unlike last year, where they had the best contact ratio in all of baseball, this year it hasn't been quite as good. A lot of things haven't been quite as good this year. That one hit hard, but slicing foul. Perez has walked a grand total of 15 times, 367 bats. So odds are overwhelming. If it stays in the park, he's going to be swinging at it.
Yeah, and don't throw him a strike right here. Maybe go with that high fastball way up and out of the zone. Coming in.
Pushes it back off the plate. Kansas City with the 6th fewest strikeouts in the league, so they do make a lot of contact. Over last year, they were, I think, either first or second in fewest strikeouts.
Yeah, they were getting in and out of the batter's box in a hurry too. They weren't waiting around, kind of working with count.
Last year, they were the toughest team to fan by 130 strikeouts.
That's pretty amazing.
They put the bat on the ball, good things happened. But like so many of the stats from last year to this, not quite as good this year. It's tough to repeat. Although they came close, they almost won it twice, came a game away from winning 2 World Series in a row. That one taken down the line, foul. Most amazing thing about Salvador Perez, and this is a testament to him because he plays most every day. Opponents have swiped 34 bases, and he's thrown out 34 would-be base stealers. Anytime, I mean, if you're going at 31, 32%, that's really good. He's at 50% gunning down would-be base stealers.
And I would imagine most of those were stolen on the pitcher. You give him a chance.
Yeah.
Let's just like Yadi or Molina. They're going to gun you out.
Full count. Jose will be in back of Kendrys Morales, so he'll get a bigger jump. Runner goes, and that one is fouled back. It'll be very hard for Kendrys to score from first base.
Yeah. Unless
Perez hits it out of the park. It wasn't much of a surprise that he was swinging 3-2.
No. That's right. When you talk about the number of walks, 15, 400 plate appearances.
That's it.
This one's close. He's swinging. I guarantee you that.
Three-two pitch. He takes a fastball right down the middle. That ends the inning. They strand Morales. So we head to the 5th. Sox by the narrowest of leads, 1-0.
Sox.com blacklist and enter the Sox 16 sweepstakes. You can win one of 16 weekly prizes or monthly prize packs, as well as an amazing grand prize at the end of the season. Visit whitesox.com Sox 16 for complete details.
Bottom third of the order, Narvaez, Saladino, and J.B. Shuck. Omar looks at a fastball up and away. And a fly ball to center field that ended the second inning. Sox have 3 hits. Royals have 2. That leaving the count at 1-1. Good fastball over the outside corner.
Both of these pitchers have made good use of that high fastball. A lot of late swings, a lot of pop-ups.
It's really been the key for Jose Quintana over the course of this wonderful run. As he throws face-high fastball, strikes out a lot of people with it. And when lifted foul, it was a curveball down and out of the zone.
That was a really good curveball by Kennedy. You know, he's one of those guys now. Right now, I'd say the way that curveball's breaking, I'd say scrap the slider for this game.
Doesn't really need it.
No. Fastball's been real good, up and down, in and out.
Originally was drafted by the New York Yankees in the first round in 2006. Then traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2009. Made his way to San Diego and now finds himself with the Royals. Easy play for Eric Hosmer. Takes it himself, and there's one out. Brings up Tyler Saladino, who popped up in the third. Call at first base. Mike Everett calls it a strike. You hit from a fairly extreme crouch.
Yes.
Why do you think today we see very few of that?
I have
very few crouches.
Yeah, I don't know. I think most hitting coaches, as you're growing up, tell you to stand erect, and but I don't buy into that theory. I could not hit. I used to hit the same way too. Until I found out that I couldn't hit standing straight up, so I adjusted to the crouch and became a much better hitter. I don't understand it. I really don't. You know, like the Ricky Henderson guy. But you know, you just don't see it anymore. The Rod Carew stance, Tony Gwynn.
It seems to me if you use a crouch, it takes away your propensity to swing at the high fastball.
Exactly, and you can see the ball a lot better, especially the breaking ball from down there. At least you know you got a better chance if you're a bad breaking ball hitter from downstairs as you are standing straight up. But that's a mystery to me. I don't understand why they put the finger over the knob of the bat.
Fly ball center field, hit well, but it'll stay in the park. And if it does, Orlando will catch it, as he does. It seemed like that was one of the things that went away when a lot of hitting instructors always said, stay tall. You want to hit tall. And to me, it made no sense, because what you do is you elongate your strike zone. If you stay tall, you have a much bigger strike zone. It's
Absolutely.
much more of the plate to defend. It's tough enough to defend the 17 inches of width. But when you're talking about height also, it becomes even more difficult. The guys that had a crouch, they could lay off the high fastball much easier, and you lower your strike zone. And guys today, because of the umpires, are more low ball hitters than high ball hitters.
No doubt about it. And remember, in our day, there were guys who were high ball hitters. And if you hung a slider, it was generally out of the ballpark.
One of the reasons I believe is that the outside chest protector, the balloon chest protector, made high ball hitters. In the National League, it was a low ball league because guys do what they're doing now. The inside chest protector, the umpires line up in the slot. That ball just missed down the line. The only run of the ball game on a home run by J.B. Shuck, and with this first White Sox run, eClick Lending will donate $100 to the Pat Tillman Foundation, supporting military veterans and their families.
Well, J.B. got a fastball down a bit. That one was about thigh high. Kennedy's been effective with the fastball above the belt to the letters.
That one fouled off. So now that we've answered the question of hitting, telling
Yes,
everybody how
the mystery.
Yeah, it's the mystery of hitting.
Yeah, getting a crouch, choke up on the bat.
Well, that is a lost art too. And there's a statue of a guy that hit the ball pretty well, and he had a crouch.
Yeah. Yeah, look at his knees are bent right there.
Well, they'll stay bent.
Yeah. For eternity. Yes. I once heard a hitting coach say, and it was Jim Lemon when he was coach for the Minnesota Twins years and years ago. He told his hitters to bend from the knees and not from the waist. So that would coincide with hitting from a little bit of a crouch at least, because when you want to bend from your knees, you're staying upright, you get a better view of the ball. If you're bending from your waist, you're kind of a little bit cockeyed and not seeing the ball properly, for lack of a better word.
Is cockeyed a technical term, or is that?
It's in my book.
Okay. I didn't know if that was a scientific version of what it actually is.
Yeah, it's called hitting made impossible.
Very, very nice. 1-2 count on J.B. Shuck. Outfield straight away. Came very deep in right field. That ball lifted lazily to left, and 3 up and 3 down. So an easy inning for Ian Kennedy. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 1-0 Sox. Thank you, Art Chuck. And we head to the bottom of 5th, the lower third of the order. Gordon, Escobar, and Mondesi. Gordon with a base hit leading off the 3rd inning. Stranded at 3rd. 1st and 3rd, only one out. Jose got out of it, and he drops a breaking ball over the plate. Gordon in batting practice was swinging it very well. Is there any correlation between swinging it in batting practice and bringing it into the game?
You know, not really. I think there's sometimes when you're so bad in batting practice, it causes you to concentrate more. It's almost like going to the golf tee, you know, the practice range, and you're hitting the ball poorly, and then you concentrate more when you're hitting your actual shots, and you know that could very well carry itself into the game, your actual game. So I don't know. Sometimes I used to like in today's day and age, they don't throw breaking balls in batting practice. I used to like to have breaking balls thrown to me to just kind of get a feel for it, at least to see it. They don't do that anymore.
Makes sense because you're going to see him in the game. You're not going to see fastballs at 72 miles an hour. Nobody throws them.
Exactly. The guy who really helped me in that area was the pitching coach for the Seattle Mariners at the time, Wes Stock. Wes used to not tell me what was coming. He'd take my thumbs off on certain days, and then some days I'd hit him really well.
He lost Gordon, so he's aboard for the second time in 3 innings. He's aboard to lead off the inning, this time via the base on balls. And brings up Alcides Escobar. Gordon is 6 for 6 in stolen bases, so he doesn't run often, but if you disregard him at first base, he will take off.
Well, he did a good job going from first to third his last at bat on the error by Todd Frazier.
Escobar does not strike out very often, and occasionally, just occasionally, Ned Yost will use a hit and run with Escobar. Only this time it's a push bunt, and it's going to be tough at first base. Tyler Saladino gets him. What a play.
Woo. I'll tell you, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't understand how a second baseman gets over to cover first base on a play like that. That was just excellent. I thought he had no chance, especially with the speed of Escobar. Nice play. It's going to be ruled a sacrifice, but he did not square around early. So look at the distance that Tyler's got to travel. I mean, he is digging and just does get him. Ooh, boy, that was close.
Just a great play. Could very easily be first and second, nobody out. Instead, Gordon at second base with 1 out for Raul Mondesi. Mondesi hit the ground ball that went under the glove of Todd Frazier. That's the only error of the ball game.
Not going to do much with that pitch down and in, way off the plate. And here's where the infielders, you tell the infielders, give up your body. You got to keep that ball in the infield on a ground ball. Worst thing that could happen would be a runner going to third.
Bring up an interesting point, and when I got to Baltimore as a free agent, they had a legendary shortstop by the name of Mark Belanger,
very
who
good,
was one of the best around. And he came up to me very early in my stint there, and he said, I'm not sure who were your shortstops in the game, but you probably expected them to dive. He said, I don't dive. If I can't get it standing up, it shouldn't be gotten to, so don't expect any dives for me.
Mark
I said, well, okay,
Belanger.
yeah, way to go, thanks.
Thank you.
He strikes him out on a high fastball, and a lot of young hitters are very aggressive, and Jose took advantage of the youngsters' aggressiveness and struck him out on a pitch way out of the zone.
He swung at 2 pitches that weren't even close. And the thing, too, that you got to wonder about is why can't you shorten up that swing a little bit when you have 2 strikes? Why don't you choke up a little bit, get a little lower in your stance, and see the ball? If you make contact, you got a chance to drive in the run, whether you hit it solidly or weakly.
Orlando flies to center field. J.B. Shuck on the run. This ball is hit hard. J.B. back, and he makes the play. Great catch by J.B. Shuck out of the inning. John Saunders, one of the familiar on-air faces of ESPN for nearly 30 years, has passed away today. He was 61 years old. All of us at CSN Chicago and the White Sox would like to extend our condolences to his family and his colleagues at ESPN. Tim Anderson leading it off. He's 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts, and missing a lot of high fastballs. That evens the count at 1-1. Ian Kennedy has had a very good night. He's been outpitched so far by Jose Quintana. It's a 1-0 game. 5 hits combined between the two teams. Threw that fastball by him on the outside corner. That's really been the trademark of Kennedy. This is the final out of the inning.
This is a great play by J.B. Shuck. You know, the toughest play an outfielder has is the ball hit directly over your head. You have to take a drop step after you freeze for just a second. Drop step, run to a spot, not knowing where the ball is going to come down, and then gauge where you think it's coming down. And that's exactly what he did to perfection, and it really saved a run. Great play.
He had a very excited Jose Quintana when that play was made, because he could envision a tie ball game and maybe a triple. 2-2 pitch. Skies that ball. Looks like it's going to find the seats.
That was going to be at least a triple with Orlando running.
Tim's done a very good job trying to find his way in the major leagues. His first trip around, and that one up and in, buzzed it under his chin, and the count goes full. So Anderson, one of those guys that doesn't take a whole lot of walks. He's taken 3 of them. He's been in 214 bats. And the at bat stays alive. Melky Cabrera's hit the ball hard twice, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, he's had 2 hang whiffles.
He draws his 4th walk, and a promising start to the 6th inning.
He just tried to overthrow that one. And fans experience Levy Restaurant's fine dining and service from the First Merit Bank Stadium Club. Memberships are available to season ticket holders and open before, during, and after every home game. The First Merit Bank Stadium Club is also perfect for non-game day events. For information, call 312-674-1000.
Anderson with a short lead at first base. You got to be very careful on a secondary lead. Tim Anderson found that out last night, especially with a left-hand hitter up. Salvador Perez loves to drop to the right knee and throw behind the hitter. It's an unusual swing by Melky.
He was getting strike there, don't you think? Remember last at bat he took 2 right down the middle, and then this one is way up and in.
That's good. That's good balance.
That's what that's saying. I'm going to swing at this thing. I don't care where it is. Melky didn't say, is that a strike? I hope not.
Did you ever say that to the umpire?
No, because I didn't want him to know that I didn't know what the strike zone looked like.
There he goes. Fly ball left field. Anderson's going to have to get back. He slides into second, and he's not going to be able to get back. He didn't pick up the ball, and it's a double play.
Boy, this is one of my pet peeves forever, and coaches out there should instruct their kids at all levels. When you are stealing a base, take a peek to see if the ball is put into play. Look, head down right there. Timmy has no idea. Now he's being deked by Escobar. And now he is in no man's land. All it takes is a little peek. Look in to see where the ball, or if the ball is hit, and then you can get back easily. You can walk back. But I've seen that a million times. The Braves lost the World Series because Lonnie Smith did it in Minnesota.
And you still haven't let that go.
I've never.
Yeah, Lonnie Smith.
Lonnie Smith.
What's he, 100 now?
Yep. I've never forgiven him for that.
Adam Eaton takes a fastball in the outside corner. Lonnie Smith, I didn't think he'd make an appearance in this broadcast.
Well,
I got to be honest with you.
Well, Wilcott, or whatever that guy's name was, with the longest hitting streak, I didn't think he was going to make it either.
Well, you're right. Joe Wilhoit.
Wilhoit, yeah.
1919. Joe's been gone for a while. 0-2 count to Adam Eaton, who's 1 for 2. And he fouls it off. You know, doing a radio show today, we were talking about base running, and I talked about the fact that it's been a lost art. I'm not sure how much, and I'm pretty sure they go over base running, but cutting the bases, understanding just what you were talking about, trying to locate the ball when you're running when it's not a straight steal, and that obviously wasn't, because 0-1, you're usually not going to have a straight steal. You got to pick up the baseball. You also have to know when to go, how to go, and cutting the bases is really something. If you get the great speed of Tim Anderson, if you can cut the bases well, it's going to save you a lot of outs.
Yeah. You got a lot of actors in the middle of that infield. They're going to decoy you.
Well, especially the veteran guys. I mean,
sure.
Look, Escobar could tell that Anderson didn't pick up the baseball.
Exactly.
In fact, he was looking toward right field on a fly ball to left. So he just acts like he's going to either catch the ball or something along those lines, and it's an easy double play after that.
Yep.
Breaking ball misses low and in. Outfield straight away. Sox lead 1-0 in the top of the 6th inning. Into left field, and it looks like Lorenzo Cain turned an ankle. I'm not sure if he's okay. He doesn't look to be okay.
No, he doesn't. Well, you mentioned about his hamstring injury earlier. He is grabbing his right ankle there. And I thought he was going to make this play at first. Didn't look at right there.
I think he believed he was going to make it. And he's not feeling too good, and apparently nobody wants to talk to him from the dugout. Boys, he looks like he's not walking very well. So Ned Yost is looking at him. Yes.
Valuable guy out there.
Apparently they believe he's going to be fine. And I'm not sure he's going to stay in this one, but right now I can't believe he's feeling all that well. Inning stays alive. Adam Eaton is 2 for 3 and turns it over to Jose Abreu. Eaton at first, 2 outs. Now that double play really looms large.
Real large.
Outfield very deep all the way around. Short lead at first base, and throws a fastball by him upstairs.
Going to hit that one a mile, wasn't he? Of course, Jose is taking great swings tonight. He just missed the one his last time at bat. The first at bat, he had a rocket. Didn't have enough altitude to go out of dead center field. Second one, he flew out to left. Be some late movement in Kennedy's fastball. They're kind of late on most of the swings tonight, especially on the pitch up.
Well, he's occasionally once or twice at 94, but most of the fastballs 92, 93, and top of the strike zone, and just out of the strike zone they just look a whole lot faster than they really are.
Yeah, the high fastball looks like a meatball coming up there until you try and swing at it. There's another good pitch, another high fastball.
We had a chart earlier in the season where you take a fastball at 93 miles an hour and put it right down the middle at 93. You hit low and away with that same fastball, it looks like 90. You've got that much time to go get it. You throw up and in with that same fastball, it looks like 96. That's the difference between up and in, low and away, there's a 6 to 7 mile an hour variance between the same fastball, that fastball at 93.
Wow.
And that's what hitters have to contend with. If you think about it, your right-hand hitter, you're looking at a high type fastball. Look at how quick you have to get your hands out to get the sweet spot of the bat, to get out in front to hit the ball and keep it fair. Whereas the low and away pitch, you've got plenty of time to see it, drop the head of the bat, hit it the other way. Much more time.
No doubt about it. Hawk always says that you got to hit with short arms on that inside pitch. You got to, and a bent elbow.
Billy Barty was a great hitter because of that.
Who was the guy that Bill Veeck signed for the Sox? Eddie Gaedel.
Yeah, he hit with short arms too.
Yeah, it's Billy Barty. There's a name that I didn't think was going to get on this broadcast. Great character actor.
Great. The outfield is way back, playing a no double set. Ball hits a gap. Adams going to score, and that ball punched into right field. Eaton on his way to third. He holds up, respecting the arm of Kane.
Yeah. You don't want to make that last out at third, and Lorenzo got a good jump on that ball. And what a nice job of two-strike hitting. There he gets his hands in right there and just kind of pushes the bat out there. Watch him right there. The ball gets really deep, and he muscles it right in that hole. That's a great ability he has. He got that key hit yesterday in the 5th inning by muscling a two-strike fastball, almost the same pitch.
He's been up 3 times. He's hit the ball hard twice. Things going a lot better these days for Jose. He just looks like the guy of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Looks very aggressive, and he can take a pitch middle in and take it to right field.
And not have to hit it really hard, too. You can jam a good hitter.
Justin Morneau 1 for 2 with a chance to add to the lead as he fouls it off to the left.
Yeah, that was such a bad pitch. It was out of the strike zone hanger. Put that one 6 inches lower. He might have hit that one a mile.
Occasionally pitchers are saved from their own mistakes by hanging it out of the strike zone instead of rolling it at the top of the zone.
Yeah, it's too bad of a pitch.
And there he throws a curveball that had some bite on it. He's in an 0-2 hole.
Well, Justin, like Abreu yesterday, was very good with 2 strikes on him. Using the middle of the field, not trying to do too much. Base hit would look nice right now to left center.
Sky to fly ball to left field. Alex Gordon calling for it, and he puts it away. So 2 outs wasted, and coming up short in the 6th, it's 1-0 heading to the bottom of the 6th. With Giancarlo Stanton, D. Gordon, and the Marlins. Jason and Tom Paciorek will have the call starting at 6 on CSN Chicago. You're going to love it down there because there's a dome on that brand new ballpark.
Yes. I have not been there yet. Should be a lot of fun. I like that lineup that Miami features too. And of course, if you get a chance to see that Jose Fernandez pitch, that'll be a treat. Not for the Sox hitters, but for me.
That's the Sunday matchup. Chris Sale, Jose Fernandez.
Oh, you know, Hawk is going to have a heart attack listening to this, but I think I'd pay to watch that game.
You're kidding. He pops that one up. Baez back, and it doesn't stay in.
Buck, don't worry, I won't.
No, he'd be very disappointed if you would pay for anything.
Frugal, I think is the word we're looking for here.
Penurious.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that'll be a great matchup. Fun.
Cuthbert 0 for 2. It'll be 2, 3, and 4. Cuthbert, Kane, and Hosmer. You're in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Boy, see how he got his hands up above that ball and hit a rocket? And that's a high fastball out of the zone. Reminds me, you know, to a certain degree, Gary Sheffield used to be able to do that. Keep that back shoulder up. And it didn't matter how hard you threw the ball.
Breaking ball down, the appeal to first base. Mike Everett says no, he didn't. And Cuthbert has another chance.
Yeah, this guy's going to put a lot of people in the unemployment line soon.
He seems to have very good balance, which is essential if you're going to hit anything in this league or any league.
Nice try.
Evens the count at 2-2.
Jose's pitched very effectively inside, opening up the outside corner when he misses that fastball in.
Cuthbert has hit .337 since the All-Star break, so he's swinging it well. Little chopper from the hole. Anderson with a big arm guns him out at first.
Nice. Not an easy play right here. He's back in the outfield and comes straight over the top. Four-seam fastball. And he gets the runner. That's big out because these are the 3 big dogs in the lineup.
We told you about that visual that we showed earlier about those fastballs, and you were saying as a hitter you can understand that. We'll show you what it looks like and where the pitches are. Well, maybe we won't show you right now, but we're going to show you.
I've got patience.
Somewhere along the line.
I can wait. Yes. Woo, 2 nasties right there.
0-2 count to Kane, who's 0 for 2. Came in hitting .321 against Jose, but Jose has had his number tonight so far.
Well, when you make pitches like those first 2, it stands to reason you can get anybody out.
Eric Hosmer in the on-deck circle. Only 2 hits given up by Jose tonight. Had a little too much time. You ever call for time and the umpire refused to give it to you?
I never got out of the bat. I don't ever remember calling time. I really don't. Unless there was something in my eyes. I know guys do that just regularly now. I don't understand it. Sometimes they get denied.
Yeah, the umpire has to acknowledge it. That's one of the things. Because you call for time doesn't mean necessarily you're going to get it.
Oh, that's good.
That one right in on his hands, and not much he could do with it. Jose is one of the guys, he's been most unusual since he came in the league because he's glove side strong, meaning he could throw the ball inside to right-handers and away to lefties, and he came into the league with that ability, and he did it all the time. He had to force himself to do just the opposite to get, not necessarily, but line drive right back to him. What a play. Most pitchers are glove side strong. Jose, most pitchers arm side strong. Jose glove side strong. So
yeah,
it's natural for him to throw it in to the right-handed
hitters. Yeah, and This ball, it's a good play by Jose. I don't think that ball was hit. He got in his kitchen a little bit. There was another inside fastball. If you look at our pitch track, that was a great pitch, right about belt high. Hard to get your hands in to hit with enough short arms to hit that effectively.
Pitcher can make that play all night long if it's hit to the glove side. If it's hit to the arm side, now you've got some problems. As Eric Hosmer with 2 outs. Out at Jose, who misses with a breaking ball.
And you can see Hosmer is off the plate, but he does a nice job because he wants the ball away. He's telling you, I want the ball away.
Didn't want it there. That was down and out of the strike zone.
Yeah.
Pretty good numbers so far. 5 2/3, just the 2 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. And he's had to be that good because he's gotten a grand total of 1 run from the offense, which is not unusual for Jose Quintana.
Tony, when you were pitching, now when you saw the where a guy stood in the batter's box, whether on top of the plate or back off the plate, in front of the plate or back of the plate, could you know how to pitch that guy based on where he was standing?
He would tell me what he was looking for by where he was standing. But guys moved a lot more in the batter's box than they do today.
Yeah.
They just hit in one spot. That makes no sense. You're going to hit the same against a knuckleballer. You're going to hit the same against a soft tossing left-hander who might throw 84 miles an hour with a slow curveball than you do against a blazer who throws at 98. How do you hit in the same spot against everybody?
That's exactly
never made any sense to me.
No, you're in the same spot as Nolan Ryan as you are against, say, a Tommy John, which doesn't make any sense.
But today guys will take a spot they're comfortable, and they're going to try to adjust to the pitch from the same spot, whether it's far away from the plate or on top of the plate or front of the batter's box or back of the batter's box.
Yeah, most guys stand way deep in the batter's box today, and I think
that ball hit hard to right center field, and Adam Eaton chases it down. So 1-2-3-6. We'll head to the top of the 7th. It's still 1-0. About pitch location, and there's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. It's going to wind up down the middle of the plate. That's Danny Duffy on the mound from Kansas City. He's been really good lately, but at 93 down the middle, hitters are going to be able to catch up to it pretty well. Now, lo and away, that same fastball is going to look 90 miles an hour, and that gives a hitter much more time to be able to adjust to it. But where the hitter has some problems, we've seen Kennedy tonight throw that fastball up, a lot of it on the inner portion. It's hard to get your hands out. Can you make any adjustment to try to get your hands out on the fastball?
You got to really hit with short arms, that's for sure.
Towering fly ball right field, and an easy play for Lorenzo Cain.
Of course, that pitch down and away is a little nasty too. You know, that's That's hard to get to that one.
Not as much of it's a fastball, I don't think.
Yeah.
You know, if you got a cutter or a slider and it's in that spot, probably difficult. Fastball you can usually get to.
I think there might be some exceptions to the rule, because I remember facing Tom Seaver when he was flat bringing it about high 90s, and he would dot that outside corner at the knees and be like a blurb, like a zzz. But I think that's Tom Seaver.
That's a Hall of Famer in the high 90s.
Thank goodness you didn't face him every day.
Omar Narvaez is 0 for 2. Adam Eaton with 2 singles. Abreu with a single. Morneau with a single. And the difference in the ball game, the J.B. Shuck home run with 1 out in the 3rd inning. That's the only scoring. Sox have out-hit Kansas City 5-2. In a game that's seen both pitchers dominate.
98 pitches now for Kennedy.
Bullpen up and going for the first time. It's Brian Flynn, the left-hander, loosening up in a Kansas City pen.
I think they ought to give that kid Schramm the night off, don't you? One that came in last night.
And Strom too.
Strom, yeah.
Yeah, they should give both of them the night off.
That's close enough.
There's Brian Flynn. Yeah, Strom last night was absolutely brilliant. Young kid came in for 2 innings, struck out 5, gave up a hit.
Yeah, he had a nasty breaking ball and an overpowering, sneaky fastball. You can say that. Look at that hook. Just keeps digging and digging and digging.
He threw it at 96, 22nd round draft pick. And he came on, he was very smooth. Looks to me like he's going to be a starting pitcher. The question is, and they don't know this, is his arm going to hold up in that role? With young pitchers, you want to be careful. And it used to be most major league teams brought their youngsters to the major leagues and they learned how to pitch out of the bullpen. And nowadays, a lot of times, because they don't have that many starters, they will use them in the starting rotation.
Yeah.
And he lost him. So a promising way. With 1 out here, Narvaez on. And Dave Island, who's on the phone, keeping a close eye on Ian Kennedy. Pitch number 103 on the way. Kennedy is yet to complete a game. He's averaged almost right at 6 innings per start. So he's right about average for the year. Tyler Saladino looks at a fastball for a strike.
Yeah, the 2 strikeouts might be a bit deceiving because the Sox have not centered the ball as well as say they did last night. Hammer.
Little looper, Mondesi back.
that.
He can't get to it. And that is an official Kansas City special.
That is, boy. Wow. That, tell you what, when you swing, you can get jammed and get a hit. There's that high fastball again, got way deep in his kitchen, but Tyler fought it off right over Mondesi's head. He had no chance of making that play.
That's going to take Ian Kennedy out of the ball game.
Man.
So as he walks off and Flynn comes in, we'll step out and be back after these messages. And it's Brian Flynn, the king-size left-hander, originally drafted by Detroit. Was traded to the Miami Marlins, now has found his way to Kansas City. There you look at the numbers, on for the 20th time. His ERA a touch over 3. And he inherits some problems. And Omar Narvaez at second. Tyler Saladino at first. Only one out here in the 7th inning. Sox lead by a run, looking for some insurance as J.B. Shuck, with his solo home run in the 3rd inning, the only scoring of the night.
And JB has the best defensive play of this game, also saving a run early in the ball game.
Well, that was a great play in center field.
In the 5th.
Fastball misses away. Flynn out of Wichita State University. It's a really good program.
Yeah. Gene Stevenson, good friend of mine.
Right back up the middle, base hit. Here comes Narvaez, and Joe McEwing says take off. Here's a throw, and it's a good one, and he's out at the plate. Now Omar is looking over in the dugout to see if they want to take a look at it, and I think they're going to take a look at it. It was a perfect throw by Paulo Orlando, and we'll have to see. Very close play, and I think Robin Ventura is saying take another look.
Yeah. Narvaez, you know, he's certainly not bringing it. I don't know. He might have got in there.
He's safe.
Yeah.
It looks to me like he slid around that tag.
Well, you certainly don't want to run into Sal Perez. He gives him plenty of room. Then he comes back with a sweep tag. Looks like he got in from that angle.
To me, if he touched the plate, he got the hand in before the tag that was on the body. He swings his body away from the tag, and it looks to me like the hand is in. We'll have to wait and see what they think in New York.
What a perfect throw, though.
We'll slow it down for you. Take a look at the left hand. If he hits the plate, and it looks like he does, he's in.
Yeah, it looked like he tagged him right about at the elbow when his hand was crossing home plate.
Now, because the call on the field was out, it's got to be clear and present danger. It's got to be definitive proof. It's got to be whatever it's got to be.
All the
we'll
above.
have to see.
Doesn't look like he tagged him there unless he got him on the shirt.
If he did get him on the shirt, the hand is well in before that tag.
Very
the
true.
question is, can you see that he gets the plate with his left hand? It looked to me like he did. Again, we'll have to see.
That's amazing how accurate that throw is, though. You know, a couple inches either way, and he's going to be safe easily. But man, another thing.
Well, in the outfield, Joe McEwing knows that Orlando does not throw as well as Gordon, does not throw as well as Kane, and yet he made a really good throw to the plate.
Yeah, very solid throw. Strong and accurate. We're having a problem in New York. That's a tough call. It's got to be convincing. One hopper. Man.
Yeah, the only way he's out at the plate is his hand doesn't touch the plate. If his hand touches the plate, he's safe, and that's got to be definitive. And we'll see it here. Hand looks like it hit the back part of the plate.
It does, right at the tip. Yeah.
You would hope it's not one of those calls where, regardless of what it was called on the field, that's where it's going to stand, because you don't find conclusive and definitive proof. Matt Hoberg taking this opportunity to get another couple of baseballs.
Yes.
To reload for the rest of the inning.
Oh, you want to speed up things. Ned Yost looking on intently. Boy, I'll tell you,
it's a big call.
Ooh, it's big. Man.
Well, J.B. Shuck, one way or the other, has his second hit of the ball game.
Yeah.
And because it's taking so long, I'm not sure that's the greatest sign around. Just like when you were convicted, did the jury come back quickly or did they take some time?
No, they were right back. 15 minutes. We appealed, though.
Well, that's good. That's what Robin is trying to do here. He's well out in front of the plate.
Let's see. That's a good angle. But right.
Again, he hasn't tagged him yet, so it's just the hand. Did the hand get the plate?
Yeah.
This is taking a whole lot longer than you would think. Omar, a very interested spectator. Fans starting to boo, as you would expect, because it's not 1,000 degrees with 800% humidity.
No. Uh-oh, here we go.
And we're going to get the call.
Oh, man.
I have to believe that it's not clear and convincing.
Right.
And Ned Yost, after getting the call, is going to the mound.
Yep. Pitching change. Gonna bring in the righty.
3 minutes and 55 seconds to call him out. Flynn is going to leave. As he does, so will we. We'll be back. The submarining right-hander, Peter Moylan. There you look at the numbers. On for the 26th time. He's 2-0. His ERA 3.81. So he's brought in to face a right-hander. What did you do against a side wheeler like Moylan?
Not much. Well, you know, it's interesting. There was a couple of guys that stood out in my time in playing. Was Dan Quisenberry, whom I had good luck against, and Kent Tekulve from the Pirates, who had no luck against and threw almost identical. He's from down under. Look at him, from Australia, Adelaide.
He was with the Twins organization for 3 years. Then he went back to Australia, became a pharmaceutical, vials, and drug packaging salesman.
Good.
After doing that for a while, he figured that pitching was good. He would come back and try it again.
He pitched well for the Braves for a few years.
He did. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. And a sweeping breaking ball. Anderson with a couple of strikeouts and a walk. It's been a night of no contact for Tim.
Got to shorten up right here and try and make contact. See, find the hole someplace.
In an 0-2 hole. Sweeping breaking ball, and that's it. So a couple of hits, a walk, no runs. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It's still 1-0 Sox. Kendrys Morales to lead it off, and he looks at a fastball for a strike. He's 1 for 2. 2-out base hit back in the 4th inning. He came in 50 points better from the right side. And he looks at one down and out of the zone. Jose this year has 5 no decisions, which for him is good.
Yeah.
Because normally he's going to pick up 8 or 9 in a season. Down the third base line, backhanded, bobbled the long throw to first, and fortunately it is Kendrys Morales, and he guns him down.
That's right. Most guys are going to be safe right there. There's Todd. He's not guarding the line. It's on the heel of the glove, but he knows he has time because of the runner. And that's what you got to do, is you got to pick it up with your bare hand. Don't try and glove it, because that's when you really mess it up.
Salvador Perez been a strikeout victim twice, once swinging, once called. And he looks at one inside off the plate. Outfield straight away, J.B. Shuck. Not overly deep in center field for a man who's got a whole lot of power.
Yeah.
Perez has 16 home runs. He is one strong guy.
JB made that one play going back deep to the fence in center field off Orlando.
Center field coming on, JB, and he'll play it on the hop.
Here's a great idea. Live out your dream of becoming a professional baseball player by attending the White Sox Dodgers Fantasy Camp January 15th through the 21st at the spring training home of the White Sox and Dodgers at Camelback Ranch in Glendale, Arizona. For more information, call the Fantasy Camp hotline at 623-302-5078. You can also sign up by going to whitesox.com and click on Fantasy Camp. Vinny's got to do that one.
Absolutely.
He's back, isn't he?
Did it very well. That's just the third hit of the ball game, all singles. It was Gordon in the 3rd, Morales in the 4th, and now Perez here in the 7th. When you're playing with a loaded bullpen, because you've had a lot of guys hurt, you have one less move on the bench. Otherwise, you probably would see a pinch runner for Perez.
Yeah. Well, in the 7th inning, though, you have an opportunity for Perez to come up in the 9th, too.
Young and Soria up in the pen. Chris Young, 6'10" right-hander. We saw Soria last night. Tim Anderson playing up the middle, short lead at first base. And that one foul.
But Chris Young has really had a tough year for these guys. He was very instrumental in their success last year. Throwing that high fastball. Now the guys seem like they're getting to it. Eyeball pitcher doesn't throw that hard.
No, I was going to say he doesn't have near as much on it as it had.
Probably.
At 6'10", he gets a good angle.
Yeah.
Tries to throw a high fastball by him and can't get it there. Chris Young last year was 11-6. He started 18 games, but he appeared in 64, so he was versatile for them. He started, he worked out of the pen, and he's always thrown a high fastball.
Yes.
And not being overpowering, it's been pretty effective because of the angle at which it comes to you. And the count goes full. No activity in the Sox pen. Mercedes Escobar in the on-deck circle. And a 3-2 pitch. Right at Abreu, who goes to second for one, but the bobble is going to cost him the double play.
Yeah, Perez just stopped midway, halfway to second base. He knew he was out. I don't know what he was thinking on that particular play. Maybe he was thinking it was a tag play of some sort.
Well, he's not going to be able to get, he knows he's not going to be able to get to second base. And so that bobble right there, and Perez just peels off.
He did some early peeling off there.
Now you've got Alex Gordon at first base, 2 outs, and Alcides Escobar up.
And you mentioned he can steal a base. He's 6 for 6.
Got a pretty good lead at first. Ball misses down and in. Raul Mondesi in the on-deck circle. And a soft toss to first base. That fastball misses up and away, so the count goes to 2-0. Last time out at Detroit, they probably thought he was a kid in Candyland. He got 6 runs. Went into the 8th inning, got the win. The 2 starts before that, he got no decisions going into the 7th inning. 1-1 and 4-0.
Ooh, he got that one.
That had a good piece of the strike zone.
Yeah. Escobar's a free swinger. You see, it's about letter high, and it caught the outside corner.
Uncharacteristic take.
Yeah,
because he doesn't walk very often. 17 times in 462 at bats. 17 walks. So Nate Jones loosening up in the pen. Not much of a lead at first. And a line drive center field. J.B. Shuck is there to make the play. So a base hit, 1 left. We'll head into the top of the 8th inning. It's still 1-0. Coverage of baseball, and since Jose Abreu came in the league, you look at the most hits. Jose Altuve, Ian Kinsler, Robinson Cano, then Jose Abreu and Nick Markakis. So you see that Jose Abreu Had 2 great years. He's just starting to heat it up this year. But that's not necessarily baseball royalty, but a very good list. And Jose Altuve's got a chance, depending on where Houston finishes, he's got a chance to win the MVP.
No doubt.
His year has been astronomical. Now, they list him at 5'6". If he wins the MVP, he'll be the shortest MVP since Dustin Pedroia, who is listed at 5'8".
How tall was Joe Morgan?
If you've been hanging since Pedroia's been 5'10", you would look like a giraffe.
Right.
5'8", rather. They're both a little shorter than that, but very good players. And if he does win it, he'll be officially the shortest guy to win it since Phil Rizzuto in 1950. Scooter was only 5'6".
Wait a minute, Joe Morgan, how tall was he? I thought he was about 5'5".
No, Joe was bigger
taller?
than that. Yeah.
A little stretch?
Yeah, he was. He wasn't tall by any stretch.
What a player, 2-time MVP.
Melky Cabrera leading off the 8th. Chris Young at 6'10", former basketball player out of Princeton. And as Tom told you, he's had lots of physical problems.
There's that high fastball right at the top of the zone.
Looking for some insurance here. Jose Quintana's been brilliant through 7. A 3-hit shutout. And he's had to be that good. That chopper foul. Melky is 4 for 9 against Chris Young. He had very good numbers against Ian Kennedy, but despite hitting the ball very hard, had nothing to show for it.
Yeah, he scalded it twice against Kennedy.
He was a 2-sport star at Princeton. Basketball and baseball. And he walked him.
I thought you were going to say yachting, something like that, you know, the crew. And here we go. You can drive away in a new White Sox themed Mazda CX-3 and support Chicago White Sox charities. Buy your raffle ticket today at whitesox.com/SoxCar. Thank you to our friends at CJ Wilson Mazda for their support of the Sox Car raffle. Ooh, that'd be nice. You got to buy a ticket, though. Remember that, Wimpy.
Having a hard time to win without that.
Real tough.
That one popped up. Cuthbert into foul ground, and he makes the catch. So Adam Eaton, who had 2 hits, pops up the first pitch.
Oh, yeah, he ate him up inside.
Brings up Jose Abreu, who had a base hit through the right side in the 6th inning. Melky not much of a lead at first. And that one fouled to the right side. Eric Hosmer at first base is off the line. When you played first, I know you played over there. Did you hold guys where he's standing now, or did you come off the bat?
That's where I did. That's where I was taught to hold. Danny Ozark was the guy that taught me how to play first base when I was with the Dodgers, and he was our coach. So that was basically, nobody ever did that.
Oh, he's well off the line, maybe trying to get a better angle if he shoots one to the right side.
Yeah, I think the tendency is to go with what Hosmer is doing right now, especially with the hands that he has. He can stand anywhere, stand on his head, and still do a great job at first base.
Melky now getting a little bit bigger lead at first. Through the right side again, base hit. Melky takes the aggressive turn, but he's not going anywhere as Lorenzo Cain gets it back in.
2 times in a row. Boy, you open up that hole. You know, you play for the double play, and everybody's bunched in the middle. And Abreu is just, boy, I'll tell you what, he looks like he wanted to do that. That was a cutter away. You see, he gets that extension. Waits for it to get there. There's the hole. Watch this. Let's see. Where am I looking now? Okay, I'll take that one. Perfect. You know, Abreu would be a good guy to hit and run with.
He's got such good plate coverage that he's going to make some contact.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want to take away that power element, you know.
Oh, Justin Morneau comes up at 1 for 3, had a base hit in the second. Hit a couple of fly balls next 2 times up, and he gets a fastball inside off the plate. That's really what Chris Young has always done. He's thrown fastballs, usually letter high. He'll cut it, as we've seen, but he's never been overpowering. He's been an effective pitcher, but never been overpowering.
Right. Well, deception too. That plane, there it is. There's that high fastball. Tough to center that pitch, and it's 90 miles an hour. Looks good coming out of his hand. Tough to make solid contact. So now need some more of that magic, that 0-2 good hitters magic right here to protect that plate.
Outfield very deep all the way around, and he takes one off the ground. A chopper at Hosmer, who'll go to second base. No double play, so runners at the corners, but there's 2 outs.
Just in a little, not real. Boy, he turned that one over. Really did. That was a real good pitch.
Well, he usually throws a 4-seam fastball. That was a 2-seamer. You
Sure
could tell
was.
it was down,
Yeah.
running away from Justin. Beat it into the ground, and a good play by Hosmer. So runners at the corners, 2 outs.
Oh, you just don't see that pitch that often from him. He ought to really incorporate that with that high fastball. He'd get a lot more outs.
Todd Frazier with a chance to drive home a big insurance run as Salvador Perez does what he always does. I haven't seen him let a ball get by him with a runner on base for 2 straight nights.
He's amazing back there. And he plays every day. You know, when's the last time you saw, a couple years ago, he caught 150 games. I'm sure he started every one of them, too.
That went over the inside part of the plate. I didn't think so. He's talking with Pat Hoberg. Don Cooper did not last a long time in this ball game tonight. He argued balls and strikes in the first inning and was given the boot. Ground ball to short. Escobar, the easy flip to second, and it's out of the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Still 1-0 Sox. Thank you, Art Chuck. And there's the bunt. Tough play. Todd Frazier makes it easily, and you can't make that play unless you anticipate the bunt.
No question about it. He was, boy, he was right next to him. That looked like a great bunt. And Mondesi with tremendous speed. Look at Todd. Aha, he senses it. Look at the Todd. Mondesi staying. Stop it, Todd. Great play. Big out. Keep that speed off the bases. Very nice. Whew.
That brings up Paulo Orlando, who's 0 for 3. That one down the line. It's a fair ball. Rifled into the corner. Orlando on his way to second. Melky gets it back in, but that's a tying run in scoring position. Only the 4th hit for the Royals tonight as Orlando goes down the line. He came in hitting .375 against Jose. And this one, inside fastball, leaving Todd Frazier no chance.
Yeah, I'm thinking, boy, it sure looked foul from where we're sitting. But apparently, that's not what the third base umpire was thinking.
Well, Robin is going to go to Nate Jones because he's making the long, slow walk to the mound. Jose with a brilliant job. Leaves with the tying run at second base. And he's having a conversation with Jose, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to be it. So Jose is going to depart this one after a great job of pitching. He leads 1-0. Will step out as Nate Jones walks in. Why the Sox have the lead. Orlando crushes this ball to center field, and J.B. Shuck on the run hauls it in. That gets Jose out of the 5th inning and keeps the score at the time 1-0.
Great play, drop step and run like heck.
A Hyundai call to the pen is Nate Jones. He comes on with a tying run at second base. He's going to face Cheslor Cuthbert. There you look at the numbers on for the 53rd time. He's 5-2. His ERA 2.29. Cuthbert 0 for 3 against Jose Quintana.
This guy was due. I think Robin made the right move taking him out, taking Jose out.
Fly ball right center, well hit. Adam Eaton on the run. He can't get to it. That's going to tie the ball game as Cuthbert in at second base.
He split the outfielders right there. Oh boy, you talk about some bad luck. Game of inches. That ball right down the third baseline for a double, and here's Cuthbert. Hits it hard. Look at that swing. You see that back shoulder staying up throughout the swing on a high fastball. He can get there. A lot of guys can't get to that pitch at that velocity, but just right between them, he couldn't throw the ball in a more perfect spot. Now you really got problems.
Well, no decision once again, the 6th of the year for Jose Quintana, and it's absolutely amazing. The worst luck I have ever seen over a prolonged period of time as the man you're looking at, Jose Quintana.
But he'll go out there next time and pitch another game very similar to this.
Lorenzo Cain, who's 0 for 3, lined back to Quintana last time, and that was an excuse me swing or a get off me ball.
That was a breaking ball right down the middle of the plate. Oh, that kicked his hit. He
you can understand why they're going to want to play him
he's
somewhere
play
next year.
Every day. Wow, he just blew that one by him at 98. He had no chance. Looks like he's really in between. Take another swing like that, Lorenzo. Look at this.
Jones 5 for 7 with a home run.
Hard to believe with those two swings. Wow.
Last night he faced him in the 8th inning. Nate did, and struck him out on a slider lone away.
Yep, there it is.
And he got it.
Sure did. That's a real bad at bat right there. I mean, that's when you go back to the dugout and say, man, did I stink right there. Went after the.
He went too far.
Yeah,
that was the look, the appeal to Mike Everett, who's the crew chief, and he said, look, you went too far, so we've got 2 outs. We've got the go-ahead run at second base and Eric Hosmer. Now the question is, do you like Hosmer here, or do you put him at first base, take your chances with Morales, who's a 50-point worse hitter left-handed than right?
Door number 2, Alex.
Well, Nate's going to pitch to him.
Yeah, well, he's got strike 1 on the first one, but I'll tell you one thing, I'd be awfully careful with this guy. If you walk him, that's fine. Wouldn't give him anything out over the plate.
Hosmer faced him last night and flew out to left field. Here's a little chopper, and he's going to get him this time. He's now 1 for 8 against him, so it's out of the inning, but not before Kansas City ties it. Jose Quintana with a no decision, and will head to the top of the 9th in a 1-1 game. Earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here's our Miller moment. To this point, the big play of the game. Paulo Orlando on a base hit by J.B. Shuck fires home. It looked like he got the hand in. Robin appealed the play. They looked at it for 3 minutes and 55 seconds and came up with the idea that they couldn't overturn it. The call stood. And if you watch it closely, it looked to me like the hand was in before the tag. But Kelvin Herrera comes into this one. He's 1-4, including that loss last night. His ERA .213. And Omar Narvaez, who was a man trying to dodge the tag at the plate, leading it off the bottom third of the order. Narvaez, Saladino, and J.B. Shuck. Right. 2-0 on a high fastball.
Got to be perfect now. Say a big hello to Leo Golombieski watching the ball game. Big White Sox fan in Tucson, Arizona. The coach, the former coach of the Arizona Ice Cats. All right, Leo, bring us some luck. 3-0.
Salvi Perez going out to talk with Herrera. Herrera was on last night. He started off against Adam Eaton with a ground ball to short. Then a base hit by Abreu. A double by Morneau. Both pitches taken off the ground before the 3-run homer by Todd Frazier sent Herrera to his 4th loss of the year. That went in 10 innings. Sox are hoping to make it 9 innings tonight.
Yeah, you got to grind it out against this guy. He's got a tremendous fastball, great breaking ball to complement it. There's strike 1. Just like 2-0, it's got to be perfect. Base hit or ball 4.
It's really nice to take something off and throw it 95.
Yeah. What's that feel like? You used to throw 95
in the old days.
Yeah.
Line drive
down.
Center field, and it's not caught.
Ooh.
So Orlando came on, looked like he had a chance. It was a sinking line drive, and Omar is aboard. The question for Robin is, do you take him down as a pinch runner? I'm thinking yes.
Absolutely.
Just a question who it's going to be.
Well, check this out. It's another fastball. It looked like he got a poor jump on that ball, Orlando. I think it was just a little bit late. Of course, that ball was right at him, so you got to freeze momentarily. And there you see the end result. So a potential break. There's a nice job of hitting by Omar. And as Stoney says, we will have a pinch runner.
Carlos Sanchez coming on, carrying with him the go-ahead run. Tyler Saladino. Cuthbert, for one, believes he's going to bunt. He is way in on the grass at third. He shortens and looks at one in the zone for a strike.
Yeah, he's tough to bunt. If you throw high fastballs, that's you got to be an excellent bunter to get this thing down. And it's tough too, because the third baseman,
Cuthbert
is bearing down on him, and you got the world's greatest first baseman at first charging as well. No.
Slider misses low and away.
Cuthbert.
Yes, Chesler Cuthbert.
Yes.
One of the best Cheslers in the major leagues.
Yeah, he is the best.
He's responsible for the game tying base hit, the double in the gap in right field.
People are going to remember his name. They might not pronounce it correctly, but they're going to remember him. Ooh.
Good breaking ball for a strike.
Yep. That was one of those he started at him. It broke over the inside corner. He called that a front door breaking ball.
Herrera only has one wild pitch this year, and as hard as he throws, as sharp as the breaking ball is, a testament to Salvi Perez.
Yep. You can bounce anything up there.
Sky to center field. Orlando. He's got the catch. He sets up. And Sanchez going to second base. The throw. And he's out by plenty. 2 assists tonight for Paulo Orlando.
Well, the ball was hit pretty deep. He was actually back on his heels when he caught this ball. And Carlos Sanchez took a gamble. Boy, he's made 2 really good throws. Even though this one has got a lot of altitude to it, but he is out by plenty, as Stoney said.
Nice pick by Escobar on the short hop. And without great speed, a tough ball to run on because it's not even close to safe at second base. So good pick by Escobar, and now there are 2 outs, nobody on for J.B. Shuck, who's got a couple of hits tonight, including a home run back in the 3rd.
Well, might as well have a great night. Got a tremendous one, but might not have a super night if he gets another one here. Sit on it. That's nasty. You got to take that one. Not going to hit that one out of the park.
No, it's one that you take and you hope it's called a ball, which it was.
Yeah. Okay.
And now 3-0. David Robertson loosening up.
See, that's the kind of pitch you got to look for in this situation. You want to hit a double, extra base hit. Tough to get 3 hits off this guy in a row. Something middle in. Swing hard in case you hit it.
3-1 pitch. Looped into left field. Gordon coming on, and he makes the catch. Alex Gordon shows you why he's a 4-time Gold Glover. Puts it away, and that's it for the 9th. We head to the bottom of the 9th in a game tied at 1. For a recap of the day in Chicago sports on Sportsnet Central. Get the latest on the Bears' preparation for tomorrow night's preseason opener. Plus, Mark Shanowski goes one-on-one with Bulls coach Fred Hoiberg in Des Moines. All of that and more on Sportsnet Central tonight after White Sox postgame live on CSN Chicago. Gunnar Navarro checks in the game behind the plate. Nate Jones on the hill. Face Morales, Perez, and Gordon. Slider for a strike. Morales 1 for 3 tonight. Turns around to hit left-handed for the first time. Good hard slider down and in. Not a whole lot of people going to hit that one.
No, not when it hits the edge of home plate.
Morales 3 for 5 against Nate Jones' lifetime. Line drive, base hit. Make it 4 for 6. And guess who that brings off the bench?
You can follow the White Sox baseball live with MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment on any moment with Game Day, live game videos and highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Well, he threw him a high fastball up and out over the plate after those 2 breaking balls, and he was on it.
Well, Jarrod Dyson comes on, and we saw him last night. Morales got a base hit in the 9th. He stole second base. He scored on a base hit by Alcides Escobar.
It's a matter of when.
He's got 17 stolen bases, been caught 5 times. And Salvi Perez is 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Big lead at first by Dyson.
Oh, he's going.
We said the same thing last night. Every pitch he doesn't go opens the door for a double play.
Yeah.
8 times Perez has grounded into double plays and a quick throw to first, and he's reading the move of Nate Jones pretty well. He was back easily.
Yeah, you got to hope that Sal's thinking about swinging at this first pitch. Get him something on the ground. Dyson is a big weapon. He was a huge weapon for him last year.
You stole some bases. I know that a lot of people don't think you were overly fast, but you stole some bases in your career. What did you key on for the right-hand pitcher?
Well, that's a good question. You know, there's a number of things. You know, sometimes, well, on left-handers, I always like to go on first move, but it's your heel or the knee, whatever. Yeah, you could pick out on a certain pitcher. I think everybody's a little bit different.
I used to always think that the most reliable gauge was the front shoulder. If you turn it in, you can't go to first base.
Yeah. So sure that pitcher, the right-handed pitcher, could even see first base that well when he turns that shoulder.
There he goes. Pitch out. Throw to second base.
Yeah.
On the money, and they cut him down at second. Well-timed pitch out.
Great job. And you still got to throw it, too. So nice job by Dearno Navarro. There's a fast man right there. You just gunned down. Boy, you get to second base and nobody out, and it'd be tough to win this thing. He got a little bit of a late start, don't you think?
No, I don't think he got a good jump at all.
Yeah, and he still made it close on a pitch out. Yeah, got a late jump. Ooh.
Good quick tag by Tyler Saladino. Got the ribs and took him off base. So with 1 out, a 1-2 count on Perez.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of stood up before as he was leaving, rather than staying down like a sprinter would. Boy, he's got some kind of speed, though.
Right back at Nate. An easy play on the 1 hopper. So 2 out here in the 9th inning. Bucks gave the Royals their first loss in extra innings last night.
We're hoping to go extra again.
Assuming we do, Sox are 7-5. This should be the 13th extra inning game, but first things first. Alex Gordon 1 for 2, a base hit and a walk. Rounded into a force play in the 7th.
And you mentioned he was swinging the bat well in batting practice.
Yeah. And he's thinking about one thing here. He's thinking of hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much it. You got the bottom part of the order coming up.
Yeah.
He's got 8 home runs, and he's thinking about the 9th.
That's a nice slider right there. You're not going to hit that one out.
Outfield a little deeper than normal as he crushes this one. It's going to stay in the park, however. 1 hop the wall, and Gordon on his way to second base. So fortunately, on the pitch out, Dyson was cut down. Gordon crushes this ball to the gap, and he's the winning run at second base.
Yeah, you couldn't have thrown this one in a better spot. No chance for anyone. There's a high fastball out and over the plate. Watch him make that extension. That's a good swing by Gordon. He hadn't had many of them like that this year with that batting average under 200. But he smoked that one into right center. So now you got Escobar and Mondesi. Who do you want?
Well, you're going to put Escobar first base, and then it's who does Ned Yost want? Does he want to hit with Mondesi, or does he want to make a change?
Well,
Mondesi a switch hitter. Ned's got some options. Not all that many. He's got Billy Burns.
Billy Burns, yeah.
Switch hitter acquired from Oakland. So Escobar will take first base. And here comes Robin. Jennings, the left-hander on the right. Turner, the right-hander on the left. And Robin is going to stay with Nate Jones.
Well, the outfield's got to be playing real in.
Talking about a guy who hasn't had the ball out of the infield tonight. He's 0 for 3. Reached base on an error in the 3rd inning, strikeout, and a ground ball to Frazier in the 8th. Outfield fairly shallow all the way around, and Mondesi fouls it off to the right. Short lead at second, and that slider misses up and away. Gordon not taking near the kind of lead he could because they're not paying much attention to him. Good slider down and in. Mondesi swings over the top.
Yeah, good late movement right there. Not a whole lot of chance to make solid contact there. Yes.
He got him on a slider, and it's out of the inning, leaving 2 on. And we head to extra inning with a score tied at 1.
Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
New pitcher for the Royals is Joakim Soria. He comes into this one. He threw one perfect inning last night. It was the 9th inning. And he went Chuck, Anderson, and Melky 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. It's going to be Anderson, Cabrera, and Eaton, top of the order against Soria, who's become an off-speed pitcher. A lot of curveballs, a lot of straight changes. Gone is that big fastball he used to have. Tim Anderson 0 for 3 with a walk and no contact. It's been a night of no contact for him.
Yeah,
3
he's just
strikeouts and a
jumping.
walk.
He's jumping at the ball. You know, when you hit from a crouch like Timmy does, you got to stay in that crouch. You can't be coming up as the pitch is being thrown. You don't see the ball then. Especially when you got that open stance, you got to make sure that front shoulder stays closed.
Tim,
and the left hip.
Tim did walk for the 4th time earlier in the ball game, and he looks at a fastball that shaves off the inside corner. The count is 1-2.
Yeah, Soria in his prime would throw that hammer at any time in the count. Curveball. There's a change first, maybe a slider.
Soria is from northern Mexico, Monclova to be exact. Made his decision between soccer and baseball, made the right decision. He's been around a long time. He got him. 4th time Tim Anderson's gone down on strikes.
Yeah, he's flying off the ball. You gotta, you know, in a situation like that, you gotta cover that outside corner. That first move, as we talked about, you see that belly button early. Pretty much no chance. They're gonna have to hit your bat for you.
Melky 0 for 3 tonight. Did draw a base on balls in the 8th.
Now he's due to find a hole, though.
He hit it hard 3 times. And nothing to show for it. Melky 2 for 8 against Soria lifetime. That one up and out of the zone. Both teams have left 8 on base. Both teams have scored 1 run. Sox have out-hit the Royals 9-7. And the count moves to 1-2.
And once again, that fastball just above the strike zone. Either a swing and miss and a little pop-up foul most of the night, or a little jam sandwich out in the field.
Outfield very deep in right and center. Gordon straight away left field, not overly deep. Melky usually does not drive the ball to left field. Taking the ball in the dirt. Melky obviously hasn't learned that when a pitcher throws the ball in the dirt, don't give it back to the catcher. You don't want a scuff baseball going out to the pitcher.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm amazed at some of the pitchers that throw the ball back in.
I know.
I mean, what are you, nuts? It's perfect for you. I don't like it. No, that'd be cheating. Can't do that.
It used to be that was one of the things you'd work on in the bullpen. You work on a ball because occasionally you will get a scuff baseball. Occasionally some guys have been known to scuff it intentionally, but the ball will pull away from the scuff. So if you hold it with a scuff to the left, the ball will pull right.
Aha.
Some of my friends told me that was a good weapon to have.
Yeah, it is a good weapon.
Yeah. Count goes full. 1 out here in the top of the 10th inning. And when Chop fouled, Daryl Boston cannot make the play. Jose Quintana brilliant once again. 7 in the third, 1 run, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and a no decision. Tough play, base hit.
Boy, that's a good at bat by Melky. My goodness.
Escobar going far to his right. It's doubtful even if he catches that ball if he can plant and throw and get Melky at first base. But there's a go-ahead run aboard.
Yeah, look at this pitch. Down. Melky just goes with it. Boy, that head was right there on contact. Hit it hard enough to get it by Escobar, and that's been hard to do in this series. Seems like he's everywhere.
That'll bring up Adam Eaton. 2 for 4 tonight. A couple of singles in the 4th and the 6th. Short lead at first by Melky. Infield halfway as he swings at the first ball fastball and swings through it.
Be a good time for Adam to pull the ball. That hole between first and second.
Or the gap in right center field is Orlando maybe a couple of steps to left center.
But what you want to do is, of course, is create a first and third situation. Lorenzo Cain in right field is. You find that hole between first and second. Got a chance to create a good situation for Abreu.
Short lead at first by Melky.
No.
That one misses down. So the count goes to 2-1.
There's that difference right there, the 1-2 or the 2-1. Which do you want? Soria more than likely right here with Abreu on deck is going to throw a fastball. Actually, he didn't. He turned it over. That's why he didn't hit, okay?
3-1.
All right, now he's going to throw the fastball.
So you're sitting on a fastball right here.
I'm sitting dead red from the time I walked up there. Hand's got to know his limitations. Get
right at Cuthbert. Over to second for 1. Back to first. They can't get him.
That almost handcuffed him right there. That ball was hit hard the opposite way.
The first baseman, number 79, Jose Abreu.
Boy. Cuthbert. No chance of getting the double play.
No, he's a really good, solid third baseman. He stays right down with it.
Yeah, see how he looked that ball into his glove very nicely. The glove out front, too. And he's great bend in his knees.
Jose is 2 for 4. Adam Eaton at first. Breaking ball for a strike. Like he cut that ball.
Yeah, it was a little flinch action there by Jose.
I thought he cut it. He's been throwing 94, that at 92. But he got the reaction he wanted. He got a good hitter, not able to pull the trigger. Short lead at first by Eaton. Line drive left field, base hit. So Adam Eaton, the go-ahead run, coasts into second base. And Jose has 3 hits tonight.
There's a breaking ball, curveball, and that's not a bad pitch right there. It's right at the knees, as you can see, right on the outside corner. I mean, you throw that pitch in the bullpen, and you say, yeah, I stay right there. Nobody's going to hit that. Boom, there's a line drive to left for a hit. That's a good hitter.
That's exactly what he did in the 10th inning last night. Took one low and away off the plate, and now it brings up Justin Morneau, who's 1 for 4. That one could have gone either way. Justin thought it was off the plate. Soria loved it.
Sure he did. It's unhittable.
Escobar playing up the middle. The whole left side vacant. Cuthbert deep and toward the line at third. Now it goes to 0-2. After the 1-2-3 fifth, the Sox have had a walk and 2 hits in the 6th, a walk and 2 hits in the 7th, a walk and a hit in the 8th, 2 hits in the 9th, 1 hit in the 9th, 2 hits now in the 10th. Little chopper, Soria's got it. Go to first, and it's out of the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th. Score locked at 1. So Quintana for 7 1/3, Nate Jones for an inning and 2/3, and turns it over to Jacob Turner.
Well, Jacob can definitely strike you out. 12 strikeouts in 10 2/3 innings. You kind of hold him right there. But the one thing a little disturbing about tonight's, Tony, you mentioned all the opportunities the Sox have had. 1 run on 11 hits and 10 left on base. Whew.
Putting a lot of pressure on the Royals, but to no avail at this point.
Yeah.
It is the top of the order. Orlando, Cuthbert, and Kane. Orlando hitting .330. He's 1 for 4. He doubled with 1 out in the 8th inning and scored on a double by Cuthbert.
Yeah, the Sox have been getting him out with inside fastballs, and he got one to his liking. He pulled it down that third baseline for the double against Quintana.
Got a fastball at 95 on the inside part of the plate. Outfield straight away. Melky deep in left. High chopper in the hole. Tough play for Anderson. The jump throw, and he got him.
Good. I thought he had no chance there. That's a brilliant play. I'll tell you what, Tim Anderson brought his glove. I know he's having a real tough night offensively. Look at that. That top spin going in the left field. The jumper. That's fantastic. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Sox have played some really good defense in this series.
I'll tell you why he was able to throw him out, because that pitch was inside and it turned him around to the batter's box. If that pitch is away, he's got another step and he beats the play at first.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So Cuthbert, who's double in the 8th, brought home the only Royal run. To center field, J.B. Shuck right there to make the play.
Boy, that kid just nails it. He just hits it on the screws just about every time. Great swing. Man, little smile on his face. Well, you can't find the hole every time. Wow, he's fun to watch.
Lorenzo Cain is 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Eric Hosmer in the on deck circle. Just as soon see him next inning. Good fastball for a strike. Jennings getting loosened up in the pen in case this inning is alive for Hosmer. And Kane in a hole 0-2. Shen-Ming Wong getting loosened up in the pen. 1 point, a great starter for the New York Yankees. A few injuries. Now he finds himself in the Kansas City pen. Fouls that one off. It's an off-speed pitch at 88. Count moves to 1-2, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And fouls it off again. Jacob Turner, only the third pitcher used by Robin tonight.
Good pitch. He foiled that one. Nice job of hitting there by Kane. He can't afford to take that pitch. That's that fastball down and away.
A battling at bat.
Both ways.
He got him. So it's 1-2-3. We're on to the top of the 11th in a 1-1 game.
By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Shen-Ming Wong is a Royal pitcher. He's the 7th pitcher used by Ned Yost. He returned to the major leagues this year. He missed 3 years following injuries. There you see some pretty impressive numbers. 5-0, although the ERA is up there. At one point, he had one of the best sinkers around. I mean, he threw ground ball after ground ball.
Yeah.
Now he finds himself working out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you got to make him get the ball up.
Todd Frazier. Right back up the middle. A base hit to center. The go-ahead run aboard to lead off the 11th.
One pitch. It was on the outside corner, but it was up a bit. About thigh high instead of knee high, which is where Wong likes to operate.
That'll bring up Deoner Navarro.
You don't usually bunt in this situation as the visiting team, but we'll see what Robin's got in mind.
Kenner has one sacrifice this year.
.93-mile-an-hour fastball. That's pretty good after all the injuries he's had. Long wants to throw the high fastball. A lot tougher to bunt than the one down.
Problem is, if you're a sinker baller, throwing a high fastball is against your strength.
Yeah, yeah.
Good bunt.
There you go.
Hosmer has just one play, and that is to tag out Navarro. So Todd Frazier moves to second.
Okay. Need a hero.
The second baseman for 18.
Perfect bunt. I mean, it was in a great spot.
Yeah.
Nothing Hosmer could do.
No.
Frazier checking the outfielders, and he'll see that they're fairly deep, except in left.
Yeah, straight away too. Not shading him either way.
Saladino 1 for 4. Chopper to shortstop, and the look to third, but throw to first.
Todd got a good jump on that one. He got across Escobar when he got it up by a stride or two. So Alcides wanted to make the play. Watch it right here. Watch Todd see. He gets just to the almost the land of no return right there, but he still was able to make it to third. Now you got a lot of different ways to score from third, even though there are 2 outs. JB Shuck,
2 for 4.
Come on. It's his night.
Anticipate a ball in the dirt and hope somehow gets by Perez.
Ooh, there it was. And look at the pick, the backhanded pick.
He's just magnificent. That's why, I mean,
How
you're
did he do that?
anticipating the pitch in the dirt.
Well, you're taught to use your body, but watch this. That ball is so far inside, the only thing he could do is use those soft hands. He's good.
Go ahead, run 90 feet away, and this is a wonderful play by a very talented catcher.
How does he do that? Yeah, he likes to throw too.
Well, JB was thinking about a bunt, and with Cuthbert, even with the bag at third, it would have been a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it's a great play with 2 outs, but the guy at third better be wide awake too.
Two-0 pitch. Looks to me like this is an out-and-out pitch around, and you want to go at the youngster Tim Anderson.
Yep.
4 strikeouts tonight, a walk to go with it. But JB is swinging the bat well, and so far he hasn't given him anything even close to a strike.
He should be swinging here on 3-0. Green light. Oh, you're right. He went around.
That's a pitch around.
Yeah.
The shortstop, number 12, Tim Anderson.
Well, it doesn't matter what you've done to this point. If you're Tim Anderson, a base hit here makes it a great night.
This is the time of the night where you just got to grind it. You just got to go up there and look for a battle. Don't think about any type of mechanics or anything like that. You got to find that baseball and make contact.
He's going to get an outside fastball. Let's see what he can do with it. Outfield straight away, as is the infield. Pulls that one well foul to the left.
That's what happens when you roll over that top hand on the outside pitch.
Same spot, same pitch. Runners at the corners. That one off the plate. Evens the count at 1-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 11th. well out in front of that. Fouls it. Usually high sinkers don't work very well. Somehow he's able to get over the top of that.
Well, that's what happens when your head gets in front of your body. The only thing you can do is either push the ball to the opposite way or roll over your top hand. I know this feeling.
Short lead by JB at first, and that one misses up. Base hit right field. The go-ahead run scores. Tim Anderson with a floater just down the line. Hosmer went up as high as he could go. Wasn't high enough.
That was a dead shank right there. Wow. Up and in he goes. He's been throwing. There's a lot of movement on that pitch, but it was up. And see, that's just a push. You don't want to copy that swing, but look at the results. My goodness, you got spin going out of play too to allow that runner to get to third base easily. So the Sox will gladly take that break. Wow.
That brings up Melky with runners at the corners. One floats high and away. The leadoff single by Todd Frazier. He scores the go-ahead run. A great bunt by Dioner Navarro. And a base on balls to Shuck. Ground ball move Frazier to third. And it's a 2-1 game.
Be nice to get some insurance right here. And Melky swing the bat extremely well.
Well, you talked about the last at bat. The fact that he was able to stay right on a pitch away and stay with it long enough to drive it through the left side.
Yeah. Well, you would think with Wong's strength, that's where he's going to try and go down and away with that sinker.
He threw it, it ran, but it ran up and away. So a 2-1 count on Melky. David Robertson will be coming in, and he would dearly love an insurance run. And one slice foul in the seats. 13th run batted in for Tim Anderson. And a big one. It was a night of no contact. 4 strikeouts and a walk coming into that at bat. But as we said when he came up, doesn't matter what you did before. It can be a great night with a base hit. Wasn't hit awfully hard, but hit in a perfect spot.
He'll take that one.
2-2 pitch. Line drive left field, but Gordon there to make the catch. So Sox get a run on 2 hits. They leave 2, and David Robertson will come in to try to nail it down in the bottom of the 11th. The bottom of the 11th inning. And Robertson up for the 46th time. 27 of 32 save opportunities. Closers have to have a short memory. David did not get the job done last night. But this game, there are always redeemers.
Yeah.
And here's an opportunity to lock it down here tonight. It'll be Hosmer leading it off.
Nobody's in the on-deck circle that I can see. Dyson was the pinch runner for Morales. But it is Dyson.
Breaking ball for a strike. And that one misses wide. So Hosmer, who's 0 for 4. Career against Robertson, 3 for 11. Double home run, but 5 big strikeouts.
He wanted in. We threw that one by him. 93. Almost looked like Hosmer was looking for something soft away with that swing. Pretty good pitch to hit.
Outfield straight away, fairly deep all the way around.
Back in there.
That time looked like he threw a curveball and held onto it a little too long.
You ever do that?
Many times.
Never did it against me.
In fact, no, there were some times that I wanted or should have done it, but didn't. Two-two pitch.
No.
Just off the outside corner, so the count goes full. Rod Dyson, who came out as a pinch runner, taking Morales' spot as a designated hitter.
Oh, man.
He lost it.
Yep. Just missed. Little cutter inside. So the leadoff walk. Well, Dyson's definitely bunting here.
He's got 4 sacrifices, so he is no stranger to laying it down.
Yep. Got to know that this is happening.
Got to throw high fastballs early in the count here.
Yeah.
And he almost got him leaning the wrong way. That was very close at first base.
Boy, that was a quick move.
Hosmer looked like was daydreaming.
And, oh, he was barely off the bag, too, about a foot or two. A lot of times when you just take your eye off the pitcher, yeah, he's going pressing his heart right there. Yeah, that wouldn't look good.
He's going to bunt, and he takes a strike.
Not a bad pitch to bunt. Fastball was down a bit. Looking for a pop-up here. Oh,
That one almost got away.
whew.
Up out of the glove. Deanna jumped on it.
That was close. Boy, that one really got out of flipped out of David's hand right there. So bit of a break there for the Sox.
Hosmer has swiped 5 bases, been caught 1 time.
See how big Hosmer is. You know, you look at him at Abreu, he's taller than Jose. He's maybe a couple pounds lighter than he is.
Gets a bunt down.
Man.
And only 1 play. Jose makes it to first base, the tying run. at second base.
Well, that's a good job right there by Tyson. Not that easy when everybody's flying around you. Pitch was inside, and he just deadens it. Watch him just catch the ball. See, he gets the head of the bat just out there enough. No chance for anything for Abreu. Get the out and take your chances with the next guy. Big Sal.
Perez 1 for 4 tonight. And a base hit in the 7th inning.
Got that big power. He likes the ball down.
Breaking ball misses inside. Alex Gordon in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, just thinking about that with first base open. Gordon's been swinging the bat pretty well tonight.
A base hit right field. That's going to tie the ball game. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Perez on his way to second. The leadoff walk comes back to haunt David Robertson for the second time in as many nights. He has blown the save.
And a great job of hitting right there by Sal Perez. You know, this pitch is off the plate. He likes to get his arms extended. There's a cutter. That pitch is off the plate. Watch where his head is right there. Lets the ball get a little bit deeper and rifles it into that gap. No chance for anybody there. And there will be a pinch runner. Billy Burns.
Fired from Oakland as Salvi Perez ties up the game. And now Alex Gordon with a winning run at second base. And Tim Anderson playing right behind him up the middle.
Watch it. Burns might try and swipe third. Ooh.
Gordon 2 for 3. Single, a double, a walk. And Robin is elected to pitch to him.
Well, Gordon's only hitting .204, but he swung it pretty well tonight. Couple of knocks, including that double.
Fouled that curveball off. Billy Burns with 14 stolen bases, been caught just 3 times.
Yeah, and Todd Frazier's way off the line at third. The one thing is Anderson is can hold him on a little bit up the middle, but it's a foot race to third. You didn't want to risk a wild throw in this situation either.
Had him out in front and struck him out.
Breaking ball.
And now Robin with a choice, and I think the choice is put Escobar on. He came through with a game-tying base hit in the 9th inning off David Robertson last night.
Yeah.
So not this time. He'll go to first. They'll take their chances with Raul Mondesi.
Yeah. That's interesting. You'd pitch to the left-handed hitter Gordon, and then you walk the right-handed hitter Escobar. Of course, you're going to get to Mondesi, who has not swung the bat too well tonight.
No, he's 0 for 4, and he was a big strikeout in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Where a base hit would have won it.
Yeah, Escobar seems like the guy who's not afraid to get a big hit either. He's going to sit on that first pitch fastball, and he'll be wailing on it like he did last night. So I do like this move.
And there's going to be a pinch hitter. Christian Colon. He's 1 for 6 with a couple of runs batted in as a pinch hitter this year. Overall hitting .236. Outfield in a little closer than they would normally play. Nobody paying attention to Burns at second. And a good curveball for a strike.
Real nice pitch right at the knees outside corner. Coming off the bench, that's exactly what you don't want to see.
Another sweeping breaking ball and another strike. 0-2.
You may have to try that one again with that swing.
You don't get him on the next curveball, you get him on the next curveball.
Yeah. Based on what we've just seen. Oh boy.
Ground ball to third. Todd Frazier with a couple of steps before throwing across, and it's out of the inning, but not before the Royals tie the game on the double by Salvi Perez. So we'll head to the 12th. The game tied at 2.
Wild side.
We head to the top of the 12th. A couple of defensive changes. Christian Colon stays in the game at second base. And Drew Butera comes in the game behind the plate. In the heart of the order, Eaton, Abreu, Morneau. Anybody gets on Frazier.
Boy, not much playing time here in Kansas City for that backup catcher, is there?
Usually not. And Butera's done a nice job. In fact,
yeah,
somewhat remarkable. He's hitting 250 points higher at home than he is on the road.
He is the son of Sal Butera, former major league catcher and current scout. I believe he's with Toronto.
And Drew is a pretty good catcher.
Yeah.
He also is their emergency pitcher. That one misses down. Shin-Ming Wong, the 7th. Royal pitcher. He's on for his second inning of work. He gave up a run on 2 hits and a walk last inning. Showed bunt, took it for a strike, evens the count at 1-1. Fouled off to the left, and the count moves to 1-2. Outfield not quite straight away. There is a gap in right center field, and Kane is well off the line in right.
Yeah, Kane's deep. Gordon is not left. Boy, Gordon was in perfect position, wasn't he? Melky Cabrera just hit a laser to end the last inning. That would have produced another run.
Last couple of nights, Melky has hit it real well without a whole lot to show for it.
No, he said great at bats.
Count goes full.
All righty. Base hit ball 4. You know you're going to get a fastball here.
If you got anything else, you'd probably be tied up into a pretzel.
Yeah, that's true. Fastball, weigh and adjust. No.
He calls him out
Come
on
on.
a pitch on the upper reaches of the strike zone.
Yeah. You know, there's one of those pitches that it's actually too close to take. You know, it's right at the leathers. It was sinking at the end. Watch where it comes across. Yeah. Right at the top of the strike zone.
Well, Butera thought it was a strike because he didn't move the glove. He just kept it right there to show Pat Hoberg.
Big out.
Jose Abreu chops it to third. Cuthbert with the play. 2 up, 2 down. That brings up Justin Morneau. 1 for 5 tonight after a big night last night where he was 4 for 5.
He should have one thing in his mind, something inner half, and hit it out of here. Fastball.
Right back up the middle off the glove. The deflection right to Escobar. He gets it across in time. So 1-6-3 and out of the inning. We'll move to the bottom of the 12th. The game tied at 2. His ERA a fine 194 on for the 43rd time. And he's going to start with the top of the order. It's Orlando, Cuthbert, Kane. Anybody gets on Hosmer.
It's not going to be easy. How about that? Sox with 2 runs on 13 hits. They have stranded 12 so far in this ball game. 2-8-0 for the Royals, and they have left 10 runners on base.
Orlando 1 for 5. Double in the 8th. Eventually scoring the tying run. Jose Quintana went a fine 7 1/3, gave up 1 run, 4 hits, and a no decision.
Yep.
That fastball misses up and out of the zone. So the outfield deep at all 3 positions, playing very much straight away. Showed bunt, pulled it back, and took that pitch inside off the plate. Dylan G. loosening up in the pen. He has been a starting pitcher 8 times for these Royals. Now working out of the pen. Right over the middle of the plate, and the count is 2-1.
Oh, good pitch.
He pops it up. Frazier calling for it, and he makes the catch.
Well, he got way deep in there. Up and in. You said that had to look like about 96 when it got to Orlando. That was a nice pitch by Dan. Here's trouble, though. Chesler. Cuthbert coming to the plate. Don't let that 1 for 5 fool you. He's got the only RBI for these guys, but he's hit the ball well tonight.
Looks at a breaking ball for a strike. That one catches the corner. Fouls that one right off his foot.
That was a good pitch. Fastball in off the plate. Not many places you're going to hit that one. Chin is a good spot. Ow. Look at kneecap.
He's feeling the effects. I think it was right off the knee.
Okay, that. Or Woody Fryman years ago at Parc Jarry in Montreal. Woody Fryman, the old tobacco farmer from Kentucky, threw a slider down and in on me. I slammed one off my shin. He's laughing at me. Next pitch, exactly the same pitch, and I did the same thing 2 in a row. Then he knocked me down and struck me out.
I don't think Cuthbert's knee can take another one.
Oh boy.
That one, about a 54-footer. Quintana, Jones, Turner, Robertson, and now Dan Jennings. Cuthbert battling, fouled that ball off. That was down and out of the zone.
Well, these bullpens are really working. That's going to put a load on the 2 starters for tomorrow.
One-two pitch. Slice foul.
Danny Duffy tomorrow. The left-hander, 8-1 with a 2.97 earned run average. We saw him in our illustration.
He's a good one. They've won his last 8 starts.
Woo, yeah. Miguel Gonzalez for the Sox. Another good pitch.
Battling to stay alive and swinging pitches out of the zone. Barely getting a piece of the top of it. Here's what it looks like tomorrow. Miguel throwing it a lot better than 2 and 6 would indicate. And Duffy living up to the promise he's always had. Last 11 starts, 7-0. That's good.
Ooh, yeah.
Count evens at 2. Base hit right field. Cuthbert, in a battling at bat, finally won the battle, and he represents a winning run.
Great 2-strike hitting right there. Not trying to do too much. Finds that hole between first and second. Boy, he's going to be a 300 hitter for a long time. Lets that ball get deep. Boom. Got great hands. Great hands.
Brings up Lorenzo Cain. Cuthbert is not one of their runners. He swiped one base in one attempt, but you're not going to send him with Cain and Hosmer possibly. Short lead at first. One catches the outside third of the plate.
Well, Cain is having pretty much the same night that Tim Anderson was having for the Sox. Not a whole lot of contact, not good swings, but you know, Timmy, pretty much the ball hit his bat, and he drove in a run. The Sox run in the 11th inning. Anything can happen. Yeah. Good pitch.
Takes another one that catches the bottom part of the plate. I think very happy to take that one. Lorenzo Cain, not quite as happy. Bottom part of the zone. Oh and 2 count on Lorenzo Cain. Already fanned 3 times and is 0 for 5. And takes a slider down.
Yeah, when you're 0 for 5, it just seems like you're, every time you walk up there, you're 0 and 2.
Lifted to center field. JB with plenty of room. Puts it away for the second out. Eric Hosmer 0 for 4, but a leadoff walk in the 11th led to the tying run. Courtesy of the double by Salvi Perez. Then he was lifted for a pinch runner.
Yeah, he automatically just scares you. And he hangs in there so well against left-handed pitching.
Slider for a strike right down the middle.
Don't throw that one again.
It's okay occasionally on the first pitch.
Yeah. Didn't recognize the spin, kind of freezes you momentarily. Semi-flinch.
Ground ball right at Anderson. He'll take it himself, and it's out of the inning and on to the 13th. There's a look at a man who started 8 games. This is his 23rd appearance. He's 3-5, ERA 4.65. Put up 96 hits and 79 in the third. That is not very good.
Yeah, 28 walks on top of it, so a lot of chances to score.
So Frazier, Navarro, and Saladino here in somebody's lucky 13th.
There you go.
So you signed on for this, huh?
Yep.
2 games, 2 extra innings.
If we win it, it'll be all worth it.
Outfield very deep all the way around.
Good hook.
And a breaking ball catches the bottom part of the plate. Fouls that one away.
Dylan Gee always impressed me as a guy who had to pitch backwards, throw fastballs in breaking ball counts and vice versa.
That time he got away with one that was up in the zone. There was a time when Dylan Gee was a pretty good starter with the New York Mets.
Mm-hmm.
Well hit to center field, but plenty of room as Orlando coasts over, slides to his left, and makes the catch.
The catcher, 27, Deanna Navarro.
Brings up Deanna Navarro, who laid down a beautiful sacrifice bunt in the 11th inning, led to the go-ahead run. Misses up and away. Tyler Saladino in the on-deck circle. Evens the count at 1-1.
That was a good pitch to hit.
And the count goes to 2-1. As the slider misses low and inside. And it goes to 3-1.
Base hit, ball 4. Here we go. There's a huge gap in left center field. You can find it.
Fouled that one back. Just barely over the outside corner.
It looks like G is going to top out about 89 to 90 miles an hour and try and fool you with an assortment of breaking stuff.
That one popped up. There's some room. Cuthbert makes the catch.
Another high fastball, getting away with it.
The second baseman, number 18, Tyler Saladino.
There was a time when Dylan Gee threw pretty hard. In fact, in the International League, he had 165 strikeouts and 161 innings in 2010. But the stuff was a little crisper in those days. Throws a fastball 46% of the time and gets the breaking ball over the plate. But Tyler Saladino with a base hit back in the 7th. He's 1 for 5. That one missed up and in. And the count moves to 2-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 13th. Game tied at 2. That went up and out of the strike zone. He fouled it off.
Yeah, a little late movement right there. Just got in on his hands. Crafty veteran. Tyler reminds me facially right now. Oh boy, Timmy Foley. Throw that one right by him.
So it's out of the inning and on to the bottom of the 13th, tied at 2. Sox about hit the Royals 13-9. Sox have made the only error of the ball game. So it's going to be Dyson, Butera, and Gordon here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
Well, this is a big at bat right here. You got to keep this guy off base. That speed, even though they threw him out last time. Taking that bunt away at both corners.
Outfield fairly shallow. He takes one on the inside corner. Fouled it off and he's down 0-2.
Like that one got the umpire. Nice of bottom of the 13th inning, taking a couple balls off your face. Pat Holberg.
I think that one caught the left arm. Sox bullpen up and going. Dyson has one at bat, turned into a sacrifice in the 11th. He moved up Hosmer, who scored on the double by Perez. Line drive. Nobody's going to get this one. Dyson is off to the races. This one goes to the wall, and Dyson looking for 3. He's going to coast into third base. Talk about a perfect spot where nobody could get to it, and then he's off to the races, and there's the winning run 90 feet away.
Yeah, with 2 strikes on him, he gets a pitch pretty much in his wheelhouse. That's a bad pitch right there. Look at this. He's a burner. Man, he makes this look easy. Well, 0-2 pitch.
Drew Butera with the infield in at all 4 positions.
And the outfield's got to be way in too, in case they catch a fly ball. And Dyson with that speed, whoo, chances are not good right now.
Terry hitting .293.
Dyson put a good swing on that pitch, so even though it was a mistake, he got his hands up there above the ball and drove it hard the other way. Little sneaky power there. Ooh.
Threw a high fastball
Do
by.
that again. Yeah, he was late on that one. You got to try that. You got to go for the punch out here. Butera looks like he's trying to shorten up on the bat a little bit, choking up. Dyson looking for a bad pitch.
Matt Albers warming up in the pen. He got him. So Butera down on strikes.
But really, another pitch right down the middle, a hanging breaking ball. You got to find a way to put that ball in play.
Alex Gordon with a couple of hits tonight and a walk. He's 2 for 4. Infield in, outfield in. And Gordon swings through it.
And that was center cut.
Swings through another one. 0-2 count.
Wow.
Celis Escobar on deck, but he's not likely to hit. He's been intentionally walked twice. I would think if you get by Gordon, you'd do it a third time.
Yeah, that's a big if. Still got to make another pitch on Alex here. Boy, I got to go upstairs with that. Try and throw a fastball by him. Yes, he did.
Threw it by
wow.
him. Fastball up and out of the strike zone, and Gordon down on strikes.
Well, we have seen some bad swings tonight on high fastballs, both teams. Look at this. That is shoulder height. He just, man, that's what happens when you anticipate. You get out there so fast you can't stop. Well.
They're going to pitch to Escobar. Infield moves back. Outfield moves back.
Got to be aware of the drag bunt here.
Yeah, he can do that pretty well.
Todd Frazier's got to know that.
He got 9 sacrifices this year. He can really handle the bat. No thought of laying one down. He had a perfect push bunt back in the 5th inning. Great play by Saladino, getting to the bag just ahead of Escobar.
Absolutely. Yeah, push bunt right now would be a pretty good play too. Looking where Tyler is, making him field it. Yes, sir. That had a lot of the plate.
0-2. One misses off the outside corner. Count goes to 1-2.
And you still don't have to throw this guy a strike in this situation.
He's going to be swinging at just about anything during this at bat.
Right. You throw your shoe up there, he's going to swing at it.
Talked about the 17 walks. In going on 464 at bats.
Amazing. Okay.
Fastball misses upstairs. Christian Colon in the on-deck circle. In the 11th, Escobar walked intentionally. Colon grounded to third and out of the inning with the winning run 90 feet away. Stayed alive, fouled that ball off right in on his hands.
Well, you don't really have to throw him a strike on either one of these two pitches, too, because, you know, the Sox walked him, as you pointed out, Stoney.
He's irrelevant. If he put him on first, you put him on first.
That's okay, but just don't throw him a strike.
Get him out of the strike zone. He got him.
Houdini.
What a job of getting out of the 13th. Winning run 90 feet away and 3 strikeouts, and it's on to the 14th. And no margin for error for Dan Jennings. And here it is.
Pretty amazing. He strikes out Drew Butera on a slider, then gets the strikeout of Gordon on a fastball up and out of the zone, and he went back to the slider to get Alcides Escobar to end the inning. That was, if that's not a Harry Houdini act, I haven't seen one in a while, because he couldn't afford to bounce the ball because of the speed of Dyson at third base, so he had to keep the ball up in the air. He couldn't throw it on the ground. That great job of getting out of a mess.
J.B. Shuck, who's had a good night.
Yeah.
Solo home run in the 3rd, base on ball in the 7th, a walk in the 11th, and Hermy looking at what might be a blister.
Yeah. He can take the rest of the night off, that's for sure.
Well hit right center field. Lorenzo Cain with some room and some time and drifts under it for the out.
Shortstop number 12. Tim Anderson.
That'll bring up Tim Anderson, whose base hit in the 11th put the Sox ahead. Looked like he had to stay, but it was not to be.
Yeah. Need a base runner. It wasn't pretty. It's a jam shot. He couldn't have thrown it over there. Hosmer's head any better than that. And a 2-0 count.
He has missed with a couple of curveballs. Got his fastball outer third and fouled it straight back.
Yep.
Called strike, the extreme top of the strike zone.
Sure was. Oh, that was close.
It was close, but it was off the plate.
Yeah, it sure was.
Had a good call by Pat Hoberg, who, for the most part, has had a pretty good night.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's been good. He had no chance. I'll tell you what, you got to look for that fastball away right now and guard against anything else. Especially if you're not swinging the bat well. Because you can always adjust in. You get jammed, hit off your knuckles, whatever. But if you're looking, if you're flying out of there, you got no chance on the outer half of the plate. That's better.
That one fouled off to the right. Love to have Tim aboard with all that speed.
Oh boy.
Takes a called third right down the middle.
Right there. No doubt about this one. I mean, see, that's why I say, you know, when you move forward, your hands drag, you carry your hands with you. You can't pull the trigger on a pitch. And that was a great pitch to hit.
Melky with one hit tonight. He's hit the ball very hard. Just a single in the 10th inning to show for it. And G drops a hook over the plate. Swings at a fastball up and out of the zone. So Melky in an 0-2 hole. Just barely able to stay alive and almost takes Adam Eaton with it on the way by. Count evens at 2-2. 2 outs here in the top of the 14th. Dylan G, the 8th Royal pitcher of the night. He got him. It's on to the bottom of the 14th. game. And Matt Albers on for the 49th time. He's 2-4. His ERA 5.79. He's got to deal with Colon at the bottom and then back to the top. Colon, Orlando, and Cuthbert.
Boy, as the night goes on, it gets tougher and tougher to make solid contact. I think it's more of a concentration issue than anything else.
Outfield around toward right center. Matt throws a fastball for a strike. Base hit left field. So Colon just barely got it by Tim Anderson, but it went off the glove into left field, and he's aboard.
The center fielder, number 16, Paul Orlando.
Well, we're going to find out what kind of bunter Paul Orlando is right here. Okay, the guy who scares me most is in the on-deck circle. Cuthbert.
Orlando has a couple of sacrifices this year. There is the aforementioned Chesler. Short lead at first. At the 6th of the Sox pitchers tonight. Puts it a fastball away, squared to bunt. Colon does not have much speed. 0 for 1 in stolen bases.
Well, he took Mondesi's spot, who does have great speed.
Good lead at first. And there he goes. Hit and run, fouled off.
Interesting
So Ned
call.
Yost trying to make something happen here late in the ball game. Colon was off with the pitch. Orlando able to foul it off.
Yeah, it wasn't a strike, but he had to make contact because, as Stoney mentioned, there's not a whole lot of speed on the bases right now. But he can go back to the bunt again. Still 1-1 count.
He squares to bunt and lays it down. Albers with one play, and he makes it. A 1-4 sacrifice.
I like that hit and run called in that situation, because if you find a hole right there, you guarantee the first and third situation, because the Sox were spread all over that infield.
You got Cuthbert and Kane.
Tell you what, I got to walk this guy, because Kane is not swinging the bat. He's 0 for 6. 3 strikeouts. This guy's
been pretty tough.
Scares me.
Good slider. Although it was off the plate.
Heck
Yeah,
of a
we'll take
pitch.
it.
Yeah.
Outfield pretty much straight away, not overly deep. Cuthbert has pretty good power.
Yeah, he's the guy that creates a lot of underspin when he hits it, because he keeps that back shoulder up the entire time. Ball will carry a lot farther. He's going to get some power too.
He's only 23.
Oh yeah, he's. That wasn't his ace swing on an inside pitch.
No, he jammed him. Couldn't get his arms out. Swung at a pitch well off the plate inside.
Yeah, way inside. Obviously he's looking for something away. Almost looked like he hurt his hands or wrist. Got to make good pitches on this guy. Yeah.
That one yanked well foul.
Yeah, that was almost in the same spot as the other pitch, the last one. This time he short-armed it. Tough to keep that pitch fair, though. It's about 8 to 10 inches inside. Yeah. There's the location.
That one misses away. The count evens at 2-2. Lorenzo Cain. Short conversation with Eric Hosmer and Dale Swaim, his hitting coach. Cuthbert able to stay alive. Good plate coverage because that ball was outside off the plate.
Yeah. Well, that's what good hitters do. They protect that outside. You're going to jam them occasionally, but for the most part, they're going to make their living out over the plate.
He got a hanging slider.
Boy, did he ever.
And fouled it straight back.
Woo. Had a great swing at it, too. Watch this one. There's a spiral. He was all over it.
Tries to bust him inside again.
Yeah.
And once again, he stays alive. Ninth pitch of the at bat. Had a very similar at bat in the 12th inning. He won the battle punching it to right field.
Got to go back in.
That one misses low and away. So a full count.
Well, still have first base open.
And here's a situation where you want to get him out of the strike zone. You don't mind if you walk him because he is irrelevant in the scenario.
Yeah.
Ground ball to third. Frazier up with it. Takes his time. He freezes Colon at second, and a big second out.
Scary thing right here about Lorenzo Cain is he is well overdue. 0 for 6, and he's not taking too many good swings tonight. But he's a heck of a ball player, and you can't discount him. Hosmer on deck.
Line drive center field. Come on. Can't get it. Ball game over.
Well, when you're struggling at the plate, the one pitch you can hit is down and in. And all they did was drop the head of the bat on the ball and hit it right back up the middle for the game winner.
Lorenzo Cain's first hit of the night. His 43rd driven in. And the Royals, in 14 innings, take the ball game 3-2.
Well, take a look at it. You see it's down and in, inner half of the plate, and all he does, drop the head. When you're struggling, that's the one pitch that you got a good chance of making solid contact on, and he got it, and he made the contact. J.B. Shutt cannot make the play. That's a tough loss right there.
No doubt. Sox had a number of opportunities. Nice job, Tommy. So for my partner, Tom Paciorek, our director, Jim Angio, our producer, John Walgren, our associate producer, Dave Ross, our technical manager, Mark Harper, and for the executive producer, Jim Corno Jr., I'm Steve Stone saying so long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live with Chuck and Bill. You've been watching Chicago White Sox baseball on Comcast Sports Net.